Quadrangle. What not? What? Printed. That's it. Print already? So Christian had as a trainer. But Christian's older brother. I don't know why you regularly, but yeah. So now, whenever I was the boat. Brings them. All right, cool. All right, folks. We on the inside. Good. The people on the inside, they were what? Just now, guys. I'm gonna pull up the comment section. So which pepper is this? Pepper or paper? Wow. Sorry. This is the May 2021. It's just a piece of a question. We're doing a couple of cash projections questions. And then we're gonna do some ratios. Good. Chat on fire. Yes, sir. Sire, thank you, Lord. I was first. Yeah. No, you didn't, sir. Rex, we on the inside. Mr. English was sweet. English was food. Graceful feel is that thing. All right, cool. Save us, sir. Jonathan Laborde. Well, we'll try, right? One address next door. Multi door mistake, yes. We're going to be hiding in the real. I like it. So what the Jamaican Barbie? I did that yesterday on the last hour of my life. So I think if you want those, you have to go there and check that. Right? Somebody say cooperative, somebody say absorption costing. Apart from that, I'm not sure. Those seem like likely candidates, but I make no promises or guarantees that anything I say or predict will come. We will pass PoA tomorrow. I like the attitude. Attitude. All right, cool. All right, so my class. Oops. Right. Oh, I'm gonna mark that 9 is here. All right. So I have 3 and 5 is 8 and 3 is 11, right? I'm online purple. Right. We have 12, right? So we rolled the mark already. All right, cool. Right. So folks, good afternoon. So I guess officially, again, welcome to exam season. First couple exams today, first couple written exams. How are you feeling about them? It was all right? It was good? All right, cool. Here's some interesting thing about the essays. All right. Okay, so folks, tomorrow is the PoA exam in the morning. So we've been doing quite a few topics over the past few weeks, right? Today we're gonna kind of finish off with some cash projections, a couple of easy things, and then hit some ratios, kind of working backwards, right? So we already about half an hour late. I can't really give back too much time because we don't have much time to give back. Yeah. Somebody had that last year on the TikTok. They had she went cover up and if you textbook here pass you for say 2 tablets, what would you on it? But people that's one way you can reduce stress. Yeah, I have to tell
The
them.
other way is to cry.
Works for you.
Won't take a nap, bro. Like 5, go back to sleep, and then
Let's try that today, my son. I want to see that.
I agree, like, go sleep like 3.
I left it.
You need 60. Marie, I am cooked. Well, let me see if we can make it taste good. We season it a little bit. Really hope I make it through. You'll make it through, Peter. Don't worry. All right, folks. Good afternoon once again. Let me jump. Hold on, Michael. So do you credit where it's coming from and where it's going? Yes. Michael, why are you not here? Yes. Hold on. Let me just send Michael the what do you call it? Links. Forward to Michael. 1, 2, 3. All right, is this cash forecasting? Yes, cash forecasting. Right. Okay, folks. So we the last other stuff we had to cover today is the cash flow. Right. So the schedule of cash projections or cash flow projections, but I don't like calling them cash flows, right? Because cash flow statements are something we do on the CAPE syllabus. They are a very specific type of financial statement. They are basically part of a complete set of financial statements, including income statements and balance sheets, right? And this, what we're doing here, is not that. Right? It might seem like something, was the word boy, inconsequential to do, but I mean, if things have a particular name, we should call them that. Anyhow, we are getting into a whole set of politics with that right now. The top half of the first page, yeah, but we're not doing that. We did that yesterday. Healthcare, yeah, usually, unless it's health surcharge by the government of Trinidad, then it's compulsory. Yeah, the health plan. National insurance is statutory, yeah. Right. Will it come on the exam? It might. It's on the syllabus, and whatever's on the syllabus might come. So, yeah. Right. John, the proprietor of Foot Soles, a business which trades in shoes, has supplied the cash projections data shown in the form on page 18. Right. So, we have on page 18 this form here. We'll come back to it, but this is just what it looks like for now. But right. No, so, this is the warm-up. I mean, the second question is the one you'll do, because it didn't have any. That whole thing is blank and I have it printed out already, right? Yeah, I didn't print them, but I have all the questions by month and by year and thing. No frighten, we'll deal with it. All right. Right, so additional information. Foot Soles forecast that the bank balance will be 5,000 on the 1st of May 2020. 1st of May 2020. Okay. Prepare cash flow projections for Foot Soles for the 6 months ending October 2021. So I have a feeling that these 2 years, because one says what, 2020, and one says 2021. So I have a feeling they were supposed to be the same year. But I'm not sure how you can do cash projections for 2021. 6 months to October, starting with a May 2020 balance, right? So clearly it was a little bit of a misprint. So just be careful in your exam, make sure and read, right? If you see a mistake like that, don't obsess about it, just make it work, all right? Usually because you're showing multiple periods, it's for the year or for the 6 months ended, right? Bush, when last it came, 2021. It came in both January and May 2020. Oh, right. So after you guys left yesterday, I was on for about an hour again. We were looking at the list I have with all the past paper questions by year and by month. And we were looking to see if anything that comes in January comes in May. And for the lot, like 95, 99%, no. Every now and again, maybe a cooperatives, maybe a partnerships, right? But apart from that, very, very little. Then we were looking for what about if we had consecutive years? What about if it skipped every odd year? And there also wasn't much there, but we didn't get to analyze too much. So the biggest takeaway is it seems like whatever comes in Jan does not come back in May for the most part. All right, few and far between. And then it also looks like whatever comes in on the paper 1 year does not come the next year, right? Of course, that's for the 2020. 2019 come forward. If you go back before that, like I said, almost every year, every paper, you'd see a partnership question, right? They used to like that real plenty. Oh, wait, someone wants to join the call. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, anything they put T accounts on a final exam, I'd be like, why? I mean, I like T accounts. Yeah, I know. I did it. All right, Mikhail, good afternoon. How you doing? Very good to have you on. Yeah. So we running through a couple of cash projections questions, and we doing some ratios after, right? But I mean, feel free to dig out whenever you want if you're working something else, right? Or if you want to stay, it's not a problem. You're very welcome to do so. All right. Afternoon, Sachin. How you going? Right. So when did this come on the syllabus? It was put on the syllabus in 2017 for first tested in 2019. So what should be coming this year? Don't know. We just know whatever came in Jan probably not going to come, or whatever came last year probably not going to come. Marie, hold on. Anybody asking for predictions? Go and watch my live the last hour from yesterday evening, right? No pattern. Yeah, pretty right. So like I said, it says prepare. Okay. Okay. Right. Is it live or what? Yes, it is. It is. Last live from yesterday. Right. Prepare the cash flow projections for the 6 months ending 2021 by calculating and completing the appropriate spaces in the form provided on page 18. So include all appropriate headings and labels, fill any necessary totals, include any missing sections for the completion of a, well, again, this phrase is wrong. It's not a cash flow statement. Anybody calling that is wrong. Right. Zoning out, I don't know. No, they shouldn't give you the topics. They should bring the whole syllabus on 3 papers. They should have no multiple choice or no SBA. It should just be 3 long papers. Yeah, it should be that. If you have a syllabus of, let's say, 10 topics, right? And you have 3 papers, like one of these sections is just like pure theory, so leave that kind of out, right? And then if you have therefore 9 sections, 3 on paper 1, 3 on paper 2, 3 on paper 3. So you know what coming for, right? Yeah, because why? Because if you're training for the real world, right? If you're going to job, you have a job description. You know what you're going to be doing. Yeah. Now, things may crop up from time to time that might be on the description. Okay, cool. You solve them then, right? But it's like saying, why do we don't have calculators for maths paper 1? What's the point of that? Anyhow, let me not go into that whole discussion right now. So let me just see if we could sort out the question. Right, so for those who don't know how to do cash projections, right, the question kind of came mostly done for you, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pull up my, hold on just now. I'm going to pull up a solution here, right? There's no topic that always comes on the paper. So, was that, sorry? If you all pass. Okay. All right, there you go. Right, so that's the question there. Budgets and apps costing. Right, cool. Whoops. Careful. All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna just copy the sheet across. I'll take all the stuff. Move or copy. Let me move it to budgets and absorption costing. Move to end, create copy. This. Right. So this is M1. All right. So let me pull up question. Okay. So what you have here is you have the schedule of cash projections. Right? You're cooked. Well, let's be seasoned. You say it tastes good at least, right? Right. So you have cash sales. Now, in a statement of cash projections, you have inflows, you have outflows, right? Usually the inflows go on top, the inflows go below that, and then below that, you'll have like your net inflow, outflow, and your opening and closing balance, all right? But I'll show you, right? So you all have your things to fill in there? All right, cool. Yeah. Question? No, you call me? Oh, okay, cool. So there wouldn't be any cash book. last year in Jan. Right, so it's unlikely to come. I can't guarantee that, no hold me to that 100% because we don't know. Right. Let me teach you syllabus. Yeah, agreed. Hope for the best. Right. All right. So what I'm gonna do? Let me pull up my format, and what I will do is I will just put it on this side here, put this on that side here. Right. So we're gonna take out some stuff. Yeah, no problem. All right. What's going on outside? Oh. All right. Yeah. Right. We did stock valuation Saturday. We checked the channel. Right. So this is what they give you on the paper, right? So like I said, all I did was I basically copied it over, right? So this is it here, right? That's exactly what they have. They have some stuff missing, right? So hold on. Hello, good evening. Yeah, we're talking about. From 4 actually, 4 to 6 and half 6 to half 8, and then Wednesday and Thursday we're doing from 10 in the morning. Well, maths kind of closer than chem, but it's up to you. Up to you what you want to do. Yeah, up to you what you want to do. So I hear whenever you reach, I hear. And then Wednesday and Thursday we. Yeah, everything will be online same time. Normal speed. Yeah. So 4 to 6 and 6 to 8:30. And then Thursday and Friday, Wednesday. Yeah, and then Wednesday and Thursday we hear from 10 in the morning till half 8 in the night. But I sent, you didn't get the broadcast? Oh. 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 Okay. Yeah, no problems. All right, later. Hey guys, sorry. Yo. Actually, Juliana's mom just called and said she has chem. So what I could do, I could call her back and ask if you want. Right? I'll just remember to do that, right? When you guys doing some work, I'll try it out. Right. Okay. The first thing you're gonna fill in here. Right. So the guys who are on the screen, the first thing we're gonna fill in here is the heading, right? So what you're gonna do is you're gonna head up foot soles, cash flow so I guess they can call it what they call it, right? Cash flow projections for the 6 months to 31st October. And I'll guess we use 2021, right? Because that's the date they use, so fine. All right. All right, so like I was saying, when they said it was 1st May 2020, it couldn't be 2020. It had to be 2021. Right, we can burn up. Right, my brain going for China. Going for China. All right, well, till they come up with some doubles too. Unless they're doing keto. They're going low carb, right? Yep. All right, they said to fill in. Sorry to this. Let me see. Materiality. Okay, something is okay. So there are a couple of materiality has to do with if the inclusion or exclusion of a piece of information would cause a change in decision. For example, if you were going on a trip and somebody told you the airfare was, let's say it was 5,000, right? But when you reach, it was actually 4,995. So it's a difference of $5, right? But would it make a difference to you? Probably not. So when information is material, it means that it would affect a decision if it was included or excluded. So a different decision is likely to have been made with the exclusion or inclusion of the material. So that's what it's of the information. So that's what it means for material to be material. The accruals concept, right? Let me do some more cash flow stuff, right? So I can't be jumping in and out, right? So the next thing you're gonna fill in here, guys, is a missing heading either here or here, right? It doesn't matter which part you put it, but that's gonna be inflows, right? You can put inflows. You could put receipts. It doesn't matter what you put because they both mean basically the same thing, right? Flow and outflow, yeah, AG. It's either AG or AG, right? no problem sa going on. Right? Yeah. So if something is material, if it's immaterial, excluding it or including it would make no difference to the decision. If it is material, the inclusion or exclusion would cause a different decision to be made. Right. Okay. So after you put it in, no, you don't have to put inflows / receipts. You put in one or the other. Pick one. I would recommend inflows. Sometimes you could put receipts, right? Especially because they said cash flow projections, right? So inflows is probably better word to put, but they don't mean they both mean the same thing. Study group on WhatsApp. That's a good idea. All right. Okay, so the information was given to you here, right? So we look back on the actual thing. They gave you all the information. So what's missing is the totals for each month. So I'll give you the totals, and what we call that? Guess what we call that? Total inflows. Right, so you had to put it in. No, you have a space right here. See? That space right there above the money sign. Right, so that's total inflows. I skip an extra line because I didn't want them so close together. Dude from Jamaica, yeah. OKKK. If they binge watch, it's possible. I don't know how possible. Each one help one. That's a good what you call it? Philosophy. Right? Total inflows. Right? So, right, we get a mark for the headings, or this Devin. Hey Devin, how you doing? All right, don't worry, I missed too much. I started a bit late. I'm moving a bit slow. But we're picking up some momentum there. So do that. We do some cash flow questions. Sorry, we're doing some cash projections, not cash flows. So I broke my own rule. Right? We have May 2021 and then Jan 2021 in that order because the May question was actually easier. They filled in most of the information and after they put in some missing stuff. Minister Zaria, good afternoon. Hey Zaria, what's up? How you doing? We do any cash projections questions, also, well, mistakenly called cash flow questions from 2021 May and then 2021 Jan. 2021 May, our next question. Yes, Natalia. Yeah. Adrian. Don't worry, we will deal with it, right? So for this one, for this question, we just put in any missing information, right? So they were kind enough to give us all the figures like this. So all you have to do is add up for each particular month. All right, ladies and gents, are we okay so far? We kind of start a little rocky because things are kind of coming and going and thing, right? Google Meet, just give me a quick G in the chat if you're good with that. Of course, I know a couple of you all just popped in, so you might know what's going on, right? All right. So you think, I think there's a high possibility some kind of budgets will come, and this is under budgets, right? Jordan on TikTok, right? So like I was saying yesterday evening, we did that already, right? I didn't really make predictions per se, but we missed a pattern. If you go on YouTube, my last live from yesterday, the last hour, go and take a look at that last hour, right? You could fast forward through some of the parts that were kind of irrelevant, but we did an analysis of about 10 to 12 years worth of particle questions. We picked up on, I want to say a pattern. Right? But go and check it in. Right, okay, sorry, let me just double check. Now starting to revise. Well, better late than never. I hope what you choose to revise comes tomorrow. Yeah. All right. Right, guys. So if you have inflows here, where do we have down here? Outflows, right? So you could call them outflows or payments, right? You don't have to put outflows and payments. One or the other is perfectly fine. And again, because they're calling it cash flow projections, you should probably use outflows, right? Now, all of this information was given to you in the question, right? This is exactly what they gave you, right? All they're asking you to do is fill in the missing items, missing headings, missing totals, and any missing sections. Is it true PoA get leaked? You know, people just always want to have rumors with that. Adding what or subtracting what? Right. So down here, you're going to add up the figures, right? So yeah, folks. So for each of these columns here, I'm going to give you the totals, right? Now, if when we added up each of these on top of here, we got total inflows, what do you think we're going to call this line? Total outflows. Whoa. Right. 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 And what do you think would be an interesting thing or an informative thing to put if you have total inflows and total outflows? net, right? So if you consider in any given month, right, do you have more inflows than outflows? That might be a good thing to know, right? So what we would do is we would have the next thing would be net cash flow. And how do we get that? We simply take the total inflow for any given month and minus the total outflow, right? So what I'll do, I'll give you the first one, and I want you all to fill in the rest of them, right? You subtract, yeah, you will subtract total outflows from inflows. Income you lost. So they give you all of those figures. Do you mean income statement? All right. Yeah, no, don't believe any rumors about leaks. No. Please don't spread rumors like that. To panic some people, and that's not good. Right? If all they see says something about it, cool. If not, then they'll Google Meet. You're stuck. Yeah, hold on. My Google Meet browser is okay. No, it's back now. All right, cool. Hey, Axel, I think that's you, right? Axel, afternoon. I think that's somebody else's login. That's fine. Yeah. Aha, right. So 32, 24, 39, 61. So that's a bigger one, right? Oh. Right. So in 1 month, in July, we actually have a bigger outflow than we have an inflow, right? So basically, what you can put this so net cash flow, right? Basically says whether it's positive or negative, right? Now there is something else you could put there, right? Don't know why it's not coming to my mind right now. That's not good. All right, give me 1 second. Let me see what I had before. 2021. Oh, right. Okay. I just put net inflow. Okay, sorry. So net inflow or outflow. Right. Okay. So we're not done, but before, yeah, it would be negative. That's correct. Which calculator? I don't know. Whichever one you could use. Right. In class, people, are we okay with the total outflows and the net inflow outflow? Any questions? Anybody? Anything? No? All right. Google Meet. Let's give them a quick G in the chat if you're good with the outflows. Just the totaling of the outflows and then the netting off, right? Seeing where they have more coming in and more going out. Do what in the middle? Yeah, it have different ways to do this. But they didn't give you room at the top to do that though. That's the only thing. So they're kind of forcing. Is usually we have it. Right. So hold on. Who's that thing? Kelly. No. To get the 17 is 45 minus 28. To get the 8 is 32 minus the 24. To get the negative 22 is 39 minus the 61, right? So we're going down in columns, right? Right. So net inflow is balance. Oh no, right. So good. I'm glad you asked. So balance now. So if you go back to the question for a second, right? In the info, they said Footsoul's forecast that its bank balance would be 5,000 on the 1st of May, and this should clearly have been 2021. Because clearly they need to be in the same year to make the forecast, right? At least in this particular case. So what we have to do here is we have to put balance at start. Now they just told us that it's 5,000, yes? That's what they said, 5,000? Right. So we put that here. And then all we have to do to find the balance at end is guess what? Just add it. So if we have this much money left over, and this was the open balance, guess what? The balance at end will be the sum. So the balance at the end of January, sorry, at the end of May, my bad. Balance at the end of May. Yes, I have this topic on YouTube. Balance at the end of May is 22. And we got that because the net inflow, right, is 17. We had a positive balance at start of 5. 17 plus 5 is 22. All right. Now, balance at the end of May becomes the balance at the start of June. The closing balance at the end of 1 month becomes the opening balance at the end of the next month. We're going till 8:30. We'll put a half hour break at 6. Right. So the balance at the end becomes the balance at the start of the next month. right? So the 22 at the end of May becomes the 22 at the start of June. Now guess what we do? In June, we had a net inflow of 8. 8 plus 22 will give us the balance here, which is 30. We bring that balance up to July because the balance at the end of June becomes the balance at the start of July. Now we had a negative balance here. So you'd subtract 30 minus 22 will give us 8. Right? So what I want you to do, finish off this for me. We'll correct it and move on. Right? YouTube, yeah. Cash projection. Chocho, if I get the paper, actually not tomorrow evening. Tomorrow we binging. From tomorrow we binging maths. They gave us the first balance here, right? In the question, foot soles forecast, the bank balance will be 5, right? So we put that here in the May column.
Oh, and then we added.
Correct.
Right.
17 plus 5 is 22. Then the balance at the end of May becomes the balance at the start of June. So it just goes down and then diagonally up. So this 8 will go here, right? And 8 plus 8 will give us 16. Balance at the end of August becomes the balance at the start of September. Boom. 7499. 400, so what numbers you're talking about? All right. Israel, did that yesterday. Yeah. 34. All right, so that's what it would look like. And this was actually 10 marks, eh? That was half of the total marks for the question, right? So again, so you make it like a mark, let's say a half mark, a second half mark, third half mark, fourth half mark, fifth half mark, 7, 8. Now you can't just get 4 for the labels, because then I would leave what, 6 for the figures. You're like what? There's 2 marks there, 2, 4, and then 6. They have no marks down. Yeah, that's what. Like I said, that's what's confused me. I don't know what they're giving the marks for. I just know. Look, that's the process. Do the process. October 34. Yeah, that's correct. October. Oh yeah, figure is add. Oh yeah, yeah. All right, cool. No problems. Sorry. All right, Google Meet. If you guys are good with what I have on the screen, just kind of give me a quick G in the chat. If you need me to re-explain anything, give me an R. You know the drill by now, right? All right, cool. All right, and let's last check. Any in class, if we okay and everything there? All right, cool. All right, so what I'm gonna do? Let me pull up the what we took a look at it yesterday, right? We saw that the pattern is like whatever comes in Jan, like 99% sure you're not gonna come back in May. 1 or 2 exceptions, right? And then whatever came in 1 year is highly unlikely to come in next year, right? So that being said, what we didn't analyze was like, let me say May 23 to Jan 24. We didn't analyze that, right? But we do not May exam, right? So we want to know from Jan to May, and May 1 year to May next year. And we also analyze the odd number year, so like every other year, and every odd year, every even year, that kind of stuff, right? So, but we did mainly 2019 to like 2025 Jan, and then May in between as well, right? So it is possible. I don't know how likely. So you could look at the questions that came in January and last year May, see what was there, and you could probably try to make a guess from there. Yeah, but I don't know how likely it is. It is a Google Meet, but that's just from the class, Rihanna. Sorry. Okay, guys. So let me pull up the next question. Hold on, it's already up. Right. So take that off. Right. So in this particular one here now, so this question had had multiple parts of this question. It started off with some concepts, accounting concepts, and then went into a sales budget. So we did this one last week, Friday, but we somehow forgot to pull this part, right? So it says here, Bush is the one, right? So this is the Jan 2021, guys. Jan 2021. Yeah, thanks, Goose. Right. Is the last hour of the trade. Right. The accounting staff of Natural Stuff prepares quarterly cash flow projections using the form on page 50. Now, just take a look at the form. It's quite blank, right? You have your head up. You have to put your headings and your labels for your items. And of course, you have to put your items in its subtotals and blah, blah, blah. 8 marks. So you got 8 marks, so you want to technically have less. Well, more work to do for it. All right. So let's see. Natural Stuff cash flow statement for the 3 months ending 31st December 2020. Right. So we have cash sales, receipts from credit customers. Now tell me something. These 2 items, do you think they are inflows or outflows? Those are inflows. Then you have purchase of non-current assets, payments for credit purchases, utilities, salary expense, and advertising expense. So apart from the first 2, everything else is outflows. So do what we did just now, right? You're going to head up. Sorry, my bad. Right. So you're going to head up, right? Whatever cash flow projections for the 3 months ended December 31st, blah. So then you put inflows, put the 2 inflows and put a subtotal. You could label it total inflows. And it's in outflows, put all the outflows, add them up, give a subtotal. After you get the 2 subtotals, you're going to subtract outflows from inflows to give net inflow outflow. Then you're going to add the opening balance to get the closing balance for the first month and then carry it forward and repeat. Right? Yeah. And then the company forecast at the opening bank balance would be 10,000 at the start of October. All right, cool. Yeah, sorry, Jan 2021. Sorry. Not gonna copy the previous question. Just everybody have a copy, right? Just make sure you have 3 sheets with you. That's not because okay, everything. Yeah, I agree. There you go, right? Can you pull up those topics quick, please? We're doing something. Sticking to the plan today. Maybe later. But as a literacy, I said, go and check the live yesterday. Right. All right. Good luck tomorrow. Give our choice. Mandatory, really? That's interesting. That's mindset. Yeah, yeah. You have to adopt the mindset. Probably curve real low. mandatory, right? Hey Tony, how are you doing? Go ahead and say that. Yeah, accounts being mandatory is that's weird. I never heard about that before. That's a strange one. Yeah, we're going on. 75 that's a good mark. I can't tell you for sure because they never tell us was the actual one or not. Right, yeah, there we go. Cool. This is cash projections. No sleep. No, you should sleep tonight. I strongly suggest it. Anyhow, right. It's John 27, right? So I'll give you guys a few minutes to get a little head start. Right. Okay, cool. Right. Sad to I have it for vocational sub. Pressure. Okay. The two girls here. I don't know. No, I don't know. I don't know. You, okay, cool. I hear you.
Oh yeah, please stop reading my exam. Please stop reading my good exam. It's going to be so easy.
Yeah, but the last question.
Tomorrow is going to be easier than English. Let's stop reading the exam, please. Best exam ever, manifested.
Stock valuation. That's an interesting take.
I will be walking around holding him condoms tomorrow with Sage.
Who my stepson?
Yeah, no, like I'm gonna be bringing Sage.
Zoom notes. Yes, I am tired. I haven't had a full night's sleep in 2.5 years. We're talking about 4.5 to 5 hours of broken sleep. Last night went to bed 2 o'clock. Got up around 5:30.
Oh, I'm not seeing me sober tomorrow.
Chat is crazy. Yeah, chat crazy today. Great. One from this year, John, is a pretty good achievement. I haven't slept since zoning out. You need some sleep, my friend. Okay. Right. So let me just pull up and copy the solution to the folder. I'll put the question back up shortly. Yeah, guys, just give me a minute. Sorry. Control account. Yeah, yeah. I hear you.
Gas and safety was a passive, was an indirect cost. Labor was an indirect cost. Only thing you paid for was direct cost was a monster. Right?
It was actually.
Okay, but my mother didn't walk and drive.
Okay, who's just appropriation? Yeah, I agree. Which one? Limited companies or partnerships? Yeah, so crashing on. Maybe you should take a sleep. Sometimes it's a good thing.
It was my money. She called me washing machine. I'm locked in. Oh no, I just bust out around. I'm happy now.
All right, so cash. All right, so fill in your receipts, right?
I'm so
Cash
happy,
sales,
I didn't eat
receipts from
today.
credit customers. Right. Okay, that's a little too big. Sorry. Whew. Yeah. Nah, you had a cry. Hey, killer. Afternoon, how you doing? Mass is from tomorrow evening, 4 o'clock. Killer, you doing any form fours this week? Any non-form fives?
I don't think so, no?
Make sure they know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I told Kadisha that yes, this week is at the mark. So just
Friday.
yeah. So yeah.
Yes.
But Batman is like boy. Ah, you're from Little Mermaid. Yeah, food. Yeah, hopefully, let me see. Right, ladies and gents, are we okay with the receipts? All right, I'm gonna just pull on my headlock in peace. Yeah. You do your thing, it's not a problem, buddy. But I appreciate you letting me know. Mixed feelings, boy. I hear you. Sometimes it can be a little tricky. Not gonna lie. Come on. Right, so we finished with those two things there. So then actually, I'll leave everything on. I'll just highlight what we do already, right? Do that already. Yeah, this is cash forecast, cash projections, cash flow projections, schedule of cash projections, that kind of stuff. You could put it in flow and outflow. Yeah, you could do that. Uh-huh. Yeah, the totals are definitely necessary because when we come to net it off to find a net increase or decrease in cash. Forecasting is basically like looking forward and predicting. It's basically budgeting. Yeah, yeah. They told it. Where gone boy? Yeah, right at the bottom. Company forecasted the bank balance would be 10,000 October 5th. Right. What's that comment? My teacher said PoA exam is easier each year. Teacher lie. Your teacher's a damn liar. I don't know if he or she said it just like I give you all hope. No, it don't get easier and easier. No, it doesn't. I'm not saying no. I'm not saying that. It doesn't get easier. I didn't say it gets harder. They mix the questions differently. So sometimes there's a range of difficulty, right? So let me say they had a range from like 1 to 5, where like 1 was like ridiculously easy. Why they start this exam this way is an insult to my intelligence. And 5 is like, why they hate me? I didn't cuss this man mother. Me I kill no priest. Why? Right. So right. So in any given paper, there may be a couple of typos here and there. Occasionally, you might get a significant mistake, like in 2016 May. I haven't seen one like that, except 2019. They asked for a statement of changes in equity, which is not on your syllabus, right? Since then, I haven't seen anything with, except yesterday we did payroll, right? Where we saw that the methods of compensation wasn't actually syllabus. It said methods of payment, but the things they were describing, they had to do with like how you actually pay somebody, like transfer money, check, cash. Like it wasn't talking about like piece, but that stuff came on the exam multiple times, right? Would it be a free mark? No, it depends. Most times they would actually, in some cases, they scrap the whole question if the mistake is significant enough. If it's just like one piece of a part of a question, they might scrap that piece of the part or give the mark to everybody, right? Yeah. The teacher said John 2025 was easy. Well, maybe for him or her, Yeah, everything easy if you know what you're doing, you know. Right. Sorry, I was saying. Right. So you have a band of difficulty from, let me say, 1 to 5. Where 1 is, this is an insult to my intelligence. Why I study so much? I could have just studied in a form 4. And 5 is like, you examiner, I clearly kill your dog, right? Or something, right? Anyhow. So I would say there has been no exam where all questions have been either 1 or 5. Questions themselves range from 1 to 5. The overall exam is usually between a 3 and a 4, right? The whole exam is never really usually like even a 4.5. I haven't seen any exams that would warrant a 4.5. Maybe 1 or 2, right? But generally speaking, like the average, like about a 3.5 to a 4, right? Uh-huh. It's 30% of your final mark. Right. Yeah, what's up? They never, CXC has never said, so nobody actually knows. Anybody who says they know, ask them to prove how they know that, and if they say CXC say so, they lie. Because it's not on their website, it's not on any communication from CXC to anybody. They don't tell us. They just say, this is the exam report. 36% people pass maths, and blah, blah, blah. Okay, what was the grades? And silence. They don't say nothing. Right? So teachers say 75% because that's what they probably use in school. Maybe people who went to mark, maybe that was the one that year, but that's not a guarantee it's the one in any given year. The suspicion is that they mark on a curve. When they do that, what they do is they then cut the curve into six grades, right? Grade 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and are you? Yeah. Right. They cut the curve into 6 pieces. So the top 16% gets ones, the next 16% gets twos, etc., etc. Right? But then some people suspect there's a different method as well. And that method, I don't know what it is. But yeah, the examination body has never said what constitutes. Yeah, sorry, go ahead. The exam receipt, keep it safe. In the event you get your grade slip and they have absent on it, right? Because they do stupidness like that sometimes. So keep that in a safe place. Give it to your mom. When you go home, give it to your mom, right? The mom, yeah, right. Keep that from her in the event of, right? Okay, cool. Let me start putting in some other stuff here, right? Okay, so the outflow. So we have Philip, right? Purchase of non-current assets, right? Payments, yes. Payments for credit purchases, utilities, salary, expense, advertising, sorry, expense as well. Okay, cool. So the first month had quite a bit. So I have 7,000 there, and 3,000, and 3,600, 25,000, and 1,000. Right. These two, you can just probably pull across, to be honest, except for the last month because that was 30, right? Right. You had 86,000 here, and a 0 there. You have 5,000 here, 10,000 there, and these two are both 4,000, right? No, not 40. My bad. Okay. Let's actually pull this up. Sorry. Okay, so what do we then do, right? So total inflows, total outflows. Okay, so now we find the net cash, the net inflow or outflow, right? For each of the months. How do we do that? We take the inflows and minus the outflows, right? So for October, it'll be 44,000 minus 39.6, which itself is 4,400, right? Then for November is 105.6 minus 121. So that's an outflow because you had a bigger outflow than inflow. And for December, well, 128 minus 45 is a net inflow because, I mean, as you can see, more came in than went out, right? And then 20 topics. My brain can't be smooth, no? Pressure. So kind of inventory valuation was done on Saturday, like you say. If you check on the same channel, check the live from Saturday, right? I did 2 sets on it. Right. Right. Now they tell us here the company forecast that the bank balance will be 10,000 on the 1st of October, right? So balance start as 10,000, and then the balance at end is just the opening balance plus the net cash inflow or minus the outflow. So this plus right. So at the end of October we have 14,400. You okay with that one? All right, cool. Right, the balance at the end, the balance at the end of October becomes the balance at the start of November. Now, at the end of November, we have a net outflow of 15.4, which actually is more than the balance at start. So what you're seeing here is at the end of November, you're not going to have enough cash to cover everything, right? In December, however, even if you bring across a negative starting balance here, you have plenty of money apparently coming in December, so it goes back positive here, right? Is it Dree or Dry 2X? I did that Saturday. Check the channel. There's a live on the channel. There are 2 lives on the channel, right? Yeah, cool. No, it's still up. It's still up. You can go and check it. Right. Okay. So basically, you end up in a negative cash position here, but you kind of bounce back, right? So maybe what might happen here, you might have to choose. Maybe I could not pay for something here. Maybe I could not pay for my advertising. Maybe I could not pay piece of utilities or whatever the case is. Maybe not pay for piece of credit purchases, right? The biggest contributor to the outflow here was clearly the purchase of non-current assets. So let us see, right? So when you do your cash projections, right? What it does, like we say, is forecasting. Like when they do weather forecast, kind of supposed to predict the weather for the next day or the next week or whatever the case is. You're looking forward so you can make your plans. Right? If you know it's going to be sunny, then hey, we could go to the beach. Or hey, I'm not going to carry an umbrella today, right? Like if you'll have any friends or relatives who live in the States, right? Especially in the winter time, they watch any weather forecast to know what temperature is because they want to know how to dress, right? Of course, you hear them talk about the weatherman lie, right? Anyhow, so same thing with this, right? You could look forward and say, look, if this money comes in, this money goes out. This is good. This is not good, right? I have money here to cover that. Okay, I don't have enough clearly, but I bounce back here. So maybe I can make. So what you could do, like I said, you could figure out which expense you could forego, or if you can make more money here, or if you have to borrow money, whatever the case is, right? So forecasting allows you to look forward to see where you have possible issues or potential issues that need addressing, and you can make a decision well beforehand how to address that particular issue. So that way, when it happens, you're not caught off guard, right? Budgeting is part of the Form 6 CAPE Unit 2 syllabus, right? And yeah, part of what they teach you in budgets is that it's a look to the future so you can anticipate any potential problems that might occur and figure out beforehand how to deal with that. All right? Okay. Yeah. Who's that? Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, no. Just let me know.
Okay, I'm gonna do that now, right? But
Just let me know your waist size for tomorrow.
So what is cute?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, right, yeah. There's no these states, so we can work as I identify as a page, right? Yeah, all right. Google Meet. Just give me a quick G in the chat if you guys good with what's on the screen, please answer. All right. All right, cool. Ty with Adija Palmer is Vibes Cartel in my life. Yo. All right. No problem. Right. Alyssa, yeah, there's 2 videos. Ty, yeah, we did budgets on Friday, but I didn't get to do cash projections. Right. Are really low again? Sorry. This thing keeps throttling me down. I don't understand why. Maybe I should take off the this particular thing. Is this something we software could use to do that, boy? You see, I put it up there. It's already put me down automatically. Input gain. Okay, I was totally off at that point in time, so can't do that. I had to find that setting because it keeps doing me that. I'm watching it go down. All right, anyway. All right. Bug it. I'll give it a bug it. Yes. All right, folks.
When you first met you,
Yeah. What's that? Oh, thanks very much, man. Where you? Oh, are you on your one? All right, thank you. Hydrate. Yeah, sodium, electrolytes, and these things. All right. Okay, let me take off some of this stuff here because I wanna. Right. So hold on. Right, guys. So you would have a third page that came with the a third page, right? Was that sorry? Yeah. All right. Cool. All right. So hold on. Let me push that up there. Put that here. Okay, so we have two other questions on the paper that I want to tackle, which will kind of segue us into ratios, right? So it says if the owner of natural stuff incurs a cost price of $150 for each product and sets his markup at 25%, calculate selling price. Okay, the markup is the percentage of your cost price that you add on to it to get your selling price. So the cost price is how much? 150. The markup is 25%. The markup is basically your profit. It's your profit expressed as a percentage of your cost price. Let me say it again. Your markup is your profit expressed as a percentage of your cost price. Correct. You literally mark it. It comes from the literal act of, let's say, people got products in boxes or packages with a price on it, and they take a marker and write over. So if it was like, let me say, because some people like they might get like a 70, and I try to make it a 90. Right. They literally would mark it up. Right. Right. When did you say cash flow last year? Right. It came in both January and May 2021. It was one of the few times a January topic came on a May paper as well. And the funny part is they made it easier in May because they gave you the figures to put in. I think the figures came put in for you, right? You just had to total it up. Right, sorry. So when you find 25% of that, right, and you just add it onto it. So your selling price, right, is your cost price plus your profit. No, you could. It's independent. Yeah, this piece was independent. But what I'm saying is that what we're going to move on to next is ratios. So I wanted to kind of segue into it from here. Correct. That's gross margin, right? Right. I don't know why I have this big space in the middle here, but let me take it out. Right. Right. Sorry. Markup is the gross profit as a percentage of your cost price. What's that? I'll put in a text box here, right? All right. So markup equal to gross profit over cost price, and of course it's as a percent, so it's times over 1, right? Oh. Right. So instead of cost price, you should put cost of goods sold, or cost, right? Now you. Right. No, hold on. So 25% of 150 is this, right? So if you put 3750 for 150, right? See that's the profit, right? 3750 over 150. Gross profit, right? Was that predictions? From whom? Who prompted it? Right. So unless you know the prompt that went in and the information fed it, we don't know the quality of the output. Somebody can say, ChatGPT, just give me 4-5 topics that might come tomorrow. Okay, these might come. If you feed it the syllabus and you feed it a PDF with all the topics that came over the years, year by year, paper by paper, then we might get and you're prompted to say, analyze these patterns, this to see it as a pattern, and give me some predictions. Then I would say, cool. If not, and they didn't do something like that, then that might be worth nothing. But it's quite possible. What come there might exactly come tomorrow. We don't know. Right? And you're right. So gross profit margin. No, right. So gross profit margin is your gross profit as a percentage of your selling price. So your gross profit was the $37.50. Your selling price was the $187.50. And when you express it as a percentage, you get 20%, right? Right, so gross. This is a ratio. A percentage is a ratio out of 100. Right, so gross margin is equal to gross profit. Yep. Divided by selling price or sales. Expressed as a percentage, right? Right, sorry. Solomon. Avian Maths and Inti. All right, December 2020. Food, no, we're real. HSB, I don't know. I heard there were a couple, but yeah, let's check TikTok. Class, we break it in about half an hour for half an hour. Right. 185. Oh, 187.5. Yeah. Water crying room. Medisha. If you want to cry in the room, take 2 minutes and cry. After that, get on with it. Genesis, even how you doing? Sorry, what did I say? When? I follow all the comments. I can't put any links in the live chat. Sorry, you had to go to the YouTube channel. Right. Okay. Just gonna maximize this so we can see things a little more clearly. Right, so gross profit over cost of goods sold. Right. Yeah. So this part of the question had no bearing on the previous part, or vice versa, right? Okay, cool. All right. Google Meet, just give me a quick Genie chat if you give me these two items here. If you need me to re-explain, not a problem. Raj, Serene, ratios. Oh, okay. Double check to make sure I have no R's. Okay, cool, no problem. Right, so folks. Put that on. Okay. All right, guys, so we're going to switch gears a little bit now and tackle some ratios questions, right? Yo. Well, I'm glad to help. I hope you get better than that, but all right. Oh, your parents already pay your fees. Yeah, don't worry about that. Right, now we can't start with that one. That one makes no sense. So 2025. So ratios came in 2025. I see in 2024 Jan as well. But here you had a balance sheet and you had some ratios to calculate. Okay, let's start here. GG Millie. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right, Actually, what I'll do, I actually have to pull up the actual balance sheet with the stuff filled in. So what I'm gonna do, let me print out this stuff in the meantime, and then I'll print out that particular balance sheet for you, all right? Wait, I don't know what printing.
That's what's cool.
Right, Google Meet, I'll send it for you just now, right? Yeah, boy, Chocho, I had 40,000. Yeah. I missed it when I hit it. That I was like 59,009 something. Like, all right, nice, nice.
I put my iPad up to my ear.
All right, just now. This is the Jan 2024. All right, cool. Give me one sec. Let me pull up the solution. Yeah. Jan 2024. Jan 2024.
Oh, and I called him a famous basketball legend.
Let me their brain for tomorrow.
Wait, now, so what you're right to?
All right, let me see what print is. I have the thing on the screen, but again, when you look up near the so in this paper, they draw the horizontal balance sheet. And if you did the horizontal in school, this was basically taken off the balance sheet. Let's see, why don't? Because when you're presenting the statements, you have to show comparative information from the year before. And this doesn't facilitate that. So when you do a vertical format, so you basically take this section, put it down here. You could show side by side comparisons with this say 2025 versus 2024. All right. With the question is structured. The ratios. Well, what I want to do is we'll do piece by piece. But I have a PDF of it already. I can send it to you. There's not a problem. All right. Google Meet here. What I'm gonna do. I'm gonna send a picture of what's on your screen to you. Oh shucks. I haven't seen when Mishka sent it. Right? We live until 8:30, but I'll be taking a break in about half an hour for half an hour. Right. Yeah, Jan 2024. Right. So my online people, give me 1 second. I just let chat just disappear. I'll find it back. Okay, so, right, they could bring this too. All right. Okay, so what we have here is a horizontal balance sheet with your assets on the left-hand side and your capital and liabilities on the right-hand side. What's that? When I get to here, I'll organize that for you, right? What I'll do in the meantime is I'll give you the formulas as we go along, all right? Okay, so what we're doing here now is, so not this, obviously. Wait, do I have a... Oh, guys, sorry, give me a minute. I need to actually open up a ratios Excel. Right, so we have three categories you have to know. Profitability, liquidity, and then activity. You have 4 profitability, 2 liquidity, and activity or efficiency ratios, right? Well, right. So the one that is most popular from there is the rate of stock turn, right? But they also have the debtors collection period and the creditors payment period, all right? Anyhow, right. So ratios, PPQ, yeah, PPQ. All right, so let me just copy this page across there and we'll talk about it, right? Move or copy. This one to there. Why that's still open? Oh, hold on, that's not. All right, so we don't need that open anymore.
Hey, bro, what do you do?
All right, cool. Ratios. Okay, cool.
Yo, that's cheating.
Okay, so guys, so check this, right? You have 3 categories of ratios you have to know for CSEC. You have your profitability ratios, you have your liquidity ratios, and you have your activity ratios. Right? The liquidity is the easiest because you only have 2, and the formulas are pretty same, right? You have your current ratio and your quick ratio or asset tested. These are the same things by different names, right? Your current ratio, so you might want to write it down. Current ratio is literally current assets divided by current liabilities. Right, so your current ratio is current assets divided by current liabilities. And your quick or asset test ratio is current assets minus inventory, right? Divided by current liabilities. So it's basically the same ratio, just with one little extra piece, right? Okay. Right, so working capital is not a ratio. Working capital is simply, the difference between current assets and current liabilities. See what?
When you say inventory.
Inventory in the balance sheet you're using. Right, so here, let me do one thing at a time, right? Let me zoom in. Let me go right here. Let me go even closer, right? So current assets, right? Current assets, right? So we have inventory, trade receivables, and supplies, right? The total being 1015. So let's do the working capital. So working capital or net working capital is the difference between current assets and current liabilities, right? So you're getting 101,500, and your current liabilities is, hold on, let me zoom out a little bit, 400. Right, your current liabilities is 80,006. right? So you're doing 1015 minus the 80,006. Right, so that should have been 21. So see if we get 20,900. Gee, let's just all fail. Shadeen, I like your attitude. No, yeah. The curve low. Nah. Shanoy, I did control account recently. You can check my channel for the lives. All right, I left everything up for you all to check. Correct. Yeah. Oh boy. Correct. Right. Okay, ladies and gents, we okay with 29? Okay. For the current ratio, instead of subtracting, we're going to divide. So I want you to divide 1015 by 80,006. Huh? Right. So when you do it, right, you get 1.26 to 1 or 1.2. So I would suggest two decimal places because it's dollars and cents, right? Now, I'll tell you what this means, right? If you take your current assets and divide by your current liabilities, right? And you get, so this is one of the ratios that's actually expressed in a ratio format with like a colon, right? Like 1 to 2, 2 to 5, that kind of thing, right? So what they're saying here is you have a dollar, you have 1.26 to 1. And that is $1.26 of current assets is available to pay off every single dollar of current liabilities, right? Another way you could think about it is if you expressed it as a percentage, they would have basically said that current assets is 126% of current liabilities. So long story short, do we have more current assets or more current liabilities? More current assets. So that's a good thing because why? We want to be able to be in a position to pay off our current liabilities using our current assets, right? Current assets and current liabilities are both in what time frame? 1 year or less, right? So your current assets are going to be converted into cash or used up within a year or less, and your current liabilities are going to be repaid in a year or less, right? So basically, yeah, basically you want enough money available short term to pay off your short term debts, right? If you don't have that, yeah, sorry. Okay, yeah. So here you have $1.26 of current assets available to pay off every dollar of current liabilities. So would you say you are liquid therefore? Huh? Yeah, you're relatively liquid, right? User 996, etc. I did current accounts, control accounts already. Sorry. Yeah, but you can check the live on the channel. Right. So if needed, should we round off to 2 this all the time? For this ratio, I would say yes. Mandy. For most ratios, 2 decimal places is fine. One is sufficient as well, but I would say for this one specifically, use 2. All right. All right, zoning, I don't understand. You're just taking your current assets and dividing by your current liabilities, right? What that'll tell you is what percentage the current assets expressed as a percent of the current liabilities, right? Or in a ratio format, it'll tell you how many dollars of current assets exist to pay off every dollar of current liabilities. Long story short, right? So in this case, we have $1.26 of current assets to pay off every $1 of current liabilities, which is good. So you have more than enough current assets available to pay off your current liabilities, right? Richie, you take a rest, take a man. Make sure I eat and drink plenty. Eat food and drink plenty water, right? Okay, cool. Yes. Or they'll ask you to suggest how it could improve or why it changed or that kind of stuff. But we'll talk about that when we see it, right? Okay, now for the quick or acid test ratio, it's current assets minus inventory. All right. So your inventory figure was 25,000. So you're taking 1015, you're subtracting the 25,000, and it's dividing that by the same 80,006. Yeah. ratios. Like this in Jan 2024. There was a ratios question last year in Jan. Sorry, this year in Jan. But it was on what we call the activity ratios, right? And then, like I said, based on our analysis yesterday, it doesn't seem like stuff from Jan comes in May. But I would always tell you know your ratios because they could ask bits and pieces. They don't have to, and they hardly ever ask for all. They'll ask for like profitability. In ratios or in this? I don't know. I didn't do that kind of analysis. But what we could do here, right? When we take the break when we finish this question, we could take a break. In the break, I could pull up the past paper file and we could look and I'll show you all the pattern from yesterday. Right? And if you all want to make some guesses, we can make some guesses. But again, I find that's a dangerous thing, right? Right. Now, check the question, right? Question I have. Yeah. I didn't put it up yet, but yeah. It's also on my website. Yeah. /downloads. The career should downloads page. Hold on. I'm gonna send it in the chat, right? Right. So here's my question, right? Why do you think we subtract in stock? Anybody? Right. Well, actually, it's kind of the opposite. We subtract stock because it's never bound to be sold, so it might be too long lasting, right? So stock is the least liquid current asset, and in a pinch, we never bound to sell it, right? So you have your cash available in hand, on hand, and in the bank. You could also probably call it mostly your debtors, right? So really and truly, it's just those three things you're kind of banking on, right? And you're dividing that by your current liabilities. Now, we call this the quick ratio, the asset test ratio, because it's a kind of worst case scenario situation. If we had to pay off everything we owe current-wise right now, and we could only pay with cash, bank, and debtors, could we do it? That's what this ratio is saying. And again, it's excluding stock because stock is the least liquid current asset. It's never bound to be sold. All right? I'm sure if we asked her, she would say, I told them that it's in their notes, but.
Oh, no, if you ask her that, she's gonna be like, I don't know, let me ask her.
Well, I mean, I say I'm gonna ask my teacher stuff sometimes, but that's like stuff like CXC marking and thing. You know?
We would ask her a question in class and she'd be like, I'll get back to you on next class.
Well, I mean, let me put it this way, right? Okay. They should really have a body of knowledge to be able to draw from. But I'd rather her be honest with you than lie and tell you the wrong thing. Ratio? Right. So this ratio is a worst case scenario ratio. If we're only able to pay off, if we have to pay right now, we can't sell our stock at all. You can only get all your cash, all your bank, and you're assuming you could call in all your debtors. As in, you'll tell people who owe you money, hey, pay me my money. Right? So what this does is it shows like a worst case scenario. Correct. Now this tells us 0.95 to 1. Now 0.95 to 1 means what? That you only have 95 cents to pay off every dollar. And which means, can you pay it off? No, you're short. So basically what this tells us is that in an emergency situation, in a worst case situation, we are illiquid. We will not be able to pay off our current assets. We will not be able to pay off our current liabilities with our current assets. So you want to know, okay, how can we fix this? Now, the thing about ratios is just like balance sheets, it's a snapshot, right? Suppose, right, the next day somebody's values change and this goes up and it improves, right? That's the thing about ratios. Ratios only paint an instant picture, right? Now, they are a starting point for analysis. It gets it to start asking questions, right? And that's the thing. Just like like when you guys sit exams, you never start an exam in a topic is normally a subject is normally do well, and you did badly in it, and your parents want to know why you do so bad in it, right? So, for example, like I'll give you an example with me in Form 2, the end of Form 2, the end of year Form 2 exams, right? I was riding down here, wasn't built up. It had an open space. I was riding my bike, and I hit a wall, and the bike the handlebar fell on my toe and it hit it. So I just thought it broke my toenail, right? So next thing, 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm in pain. So I ended up in West Shore wasn't even around then, right? I had Sinclair. So it turns out I had a hairline fracture and it was causing pain. So they had to actually kind of drain it by cutting slices into the toe for it to drain. I lost the toenail, etc. Anyhow, long story short, I didn't get much sleep. So when I got into the exam the next day, I knocked out on myself, right? So normally, in whatever subject it was, I was doing well. But if you're getting enough sleep, if you're up 2 in the morning and go to bed 4, make up 6, what's your position? You're zoning out, right? Yeah. All right. Sorry, hold on. Right. Just one second. I'm gonna just answer Cheeks' mom real quick. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Right. Right, yeah. So if they ask me, okay, your percentage is normally like 75, 80, 85. All of a sudden you get 45. Why? Well, I was in the hospital the night before and in the exam I was sleepy. No other reason, right? So long story short, ratios are a starting point for analysis. They get us to start asking questions and then we start digging into the information. Right? So like if you guys ever go and do blood tests and you get certain markers, let's say some were good and some were bad. That's okay, why are these bad? Right? And they might have to go and retest after you go on medication or whatever. I mean, all that should be fine enough from that. I understand about that kind of shit. Right? So anyhow, right? And then right. So long story short, with ratios, they're just a starting point. And the thing is, you need more information to thoroughly understand the ratios. Right? Now, don't get me wrong. I like ratios. I think you all should be introduced to them. I think the way they do it and the way they test it isn't really the best, but given what they have to work with, I don't think it's that bad, right? Most of the time, we will encounter a couple of questions where I think that they did real weirdness, and I'll tell you why. Okay, so here we're going on. At this point, we're going to take a short break, right? When I say a short break, like maybe 15, 20 minutes. In that time, I'm going to pull up the the Excel file with the past paper questions breakdown, and we're going to take a look. Now, just tell anybody in the chat online in the meet, right? I'm not going to tell you what coming tomorrow because I don't know, right? We could look and see if they have a pattern. We saw a couple of things yesterday, right? Whatever you choose to study is your choice. I'm not going to tell you what to study, all right? Okay, all right. So, hold on, we're not done with this question, eh? Right, sorry, we had a couple of things to talk about here. All right, you all have this page? Yeah, you do. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. So here what we were just talking about the liquidity first, right? Now check this, right? It says here, state 2 strategies that can be used to improve the performance of each of the following ratios. I know that ratios have a performance, but okay, fine. Now here they're asking for the working capital ratio. The mistake people make is taking the working capital figure. Working capital figure is not the working capital ratio. And that's how they'll catch you. The working capital ratio is your current ratio, because what is this word? Ratio. What is a ratio? One number divided by a next number. In the working capital formula, is that a divide or a minus? A minus. This is not a ratio. All right? I don't know why they include it in the topic. It's confusing, but sure. Anyhow, the current ratio or the working capital ratio is current assets divided by current liabilities. Okay. Now, they want 2 strategies to improve the working capital ratio. So when they say improve, they mean they want the 1.26 to get better, like 1.5, 1.75, 2, right? So basically what they want to know is how do we get this numerator to increase, right? So if you want to think about it from a maths perspective, right? If you want the numerator to increase, what's the numerator in this formula? Current assets. Okay. Let's take a look at the current assets real quick, right? What are the current asset items here? Inventory, receivables and supplies, right? Okay. Interestingly enough, we are no bank or cash. We actually have an overdraft, right? Okay. So for the ratio to improve, you either have to increase the numerator, decrease the denominator, or both, right? Now, try to keep it simple, right? To increase the numerator, we could increase any of these things here. But there's a little trick, right? How do we increase inventory? You gotta buy it. Now, if you buy inventory with cash, the value of cash is just gonna transfer to inventory. So the total value of current assets is not going to change. So you can't just say, and if you say, okay, well, we wouldn't use cash, you buy it on credit. If you buy it on credit and you're not paying for it, don't you owe money for it? So your current assets will go up because the inventory going up, but your current liability is going up same time too. So the overall ratio might actually go down. It might go up slightly, right? So how do we, so what are the other items? You have supplies. Now supplies is like stationery supplies, like the paper I buy or the ink or like cleaning supplies, etc., right? For that to increase the sale, you either buy more and you're either paying out your cash for it, which again, not going to change the total current assets, or you're buying on credit, which is going to increase liabilities. So the one we're looking at here is receivables. What is a receivable? Money owed to you for what reason? When they made a credit sale, right? So to get more receivables, what we have to do more of? Make more credit sales. So we have some stock here, right? So if we sell out the stock, let's say we had cash sales. If we sell out the stock, the money would simply go from inventory to cash. But if you sell 25, so this value here is a cost value. Do you sell at cost price or at selling price? Selling price, which is usually what? Higher or lower than cost price? Higher. We don't know exactly what we're doing higher. So even though you're selling, if you sell out all the inventory for cash and goes to cash, 25,000 not gonna go. More than 25 gonna go, right? So you can say sell out all your stock for, of course, a higher selling price than a cost price. That's going to improve your current ratio, right? Even if you sell it on credit, it still means value is going to transfer from here to here, but it'll be a higher value because you're selling at a higher price than you buy it for, right? So they wanted two suggestions. That is one, right? Either make more cash sales, sell out your stock for cash or on credit. Obviously for a profit, right? Now, the other thing is to possibly look at paying off your liabilities. But the problem is, to pay off your liabilities, you have to have cash. Do we have cash? No, we just have an overdraft. So let me say you had more money available in the overdraft and you pay off all of this. All that's going to happen is this is now going to go here. So the total value of current liability is not going to change. We have to find a way to decrease it without increasing the other one, right? So check this, right? The working capital ratio is current assets divided by current liabilities. So if we borrow a non-current loan, if you take a loan, you're borrowing money, right? So, but if it's non-current, it's not going to increase current. Agreed? Right. So your non-current liabilities will go up, as will your current assets. Let me say you borrow 50,000, right? Your current assets will go up by 50,000. Will this go up? No. No. You could just borrow the non-current loan and hold the cash. That alone will improve your current ratio, right? There'll be other effects, but all they ask for is a strategy to improve the what? Current ratio, right? So give them what they asked for, right? Now, again, that was probably slightly more than what they wanted to consider, but that is the only way I know how to explain it, right? Okay, so that was one of the strategies. There's two strategies to improve the current ratio. Make more sales, whether on cash or on credit, and that way inventory will go down and either receivables or cash will go up by more. So your overall current asset value will increase relative to the current liability value. The other way is to decrease current liabilities. How? If you have cash available, pay it off, but that might not work to improve the ratio. The other way to do it is to borrow a non-current loan. And that way, your current ratio will improve, right? There's a other ratio that might get a little worse, but they didn't ask us about that, right? Okay, right. Now, the other thing they asked us about was what? Oh, sorry, how to improve net profit margin. Okay. So net profit margin is net profit, hold on, net profit divided by sales. All right, let me zoom in here. right? So net profit divided by net sales revenue is a net profit margin, right? So to improve this ratio, we could either do what? Increase net profit. And you might say, well, then decrease net sales. But guess what? If you decrease net sales, what might happen to net profit most likely? It'll go down too. So the only thing that's even likely to do here is to work on improving net profit, right? Right. So how do we find profit? It's the difference between revenue and cost or expenses, right? So if we increase revenue, but cost stay the same, profit will go up. But then your numerator and your denominator increasing, so the ratio mightn't increase, right? So to improve net profit without increasing net sales, sorry. Right. Hold on. Net profit is what? So you have sales minus your cost of goods sold. Cost of goods sold gives us gross profit. Agreed? And then when you minus your expenses, you have your net profit, right? Okay. Sorry. Net profit. So what I'm saying is if we increase sales, sorry, they want to improve this figure here, right? To improve this figure, we have to improve the numerator or decrease the denominator. But the problem is if you decrease sales, if you decrease this item here, you're going to decrease net profit, right? There's an exception to that rule, but let's keep it simple, right? So what we have to figure out is how do we therefore improve the numerator without, and if you increase net sales, you could increase net profit, but if you increase your denominator, your fraction going to go down. So then it then boils down to how do we improve this item without also increasing this? So we said, okay, how do we find net profit? Net profit is sales minus your two sets of expenses, giving us net profit, right? So therefore, if we could find a way to decrease cost of goods sold and decrease operating expenses, we could improve the ratio. So you could talk about them separately, right? Because they are, despite the fact they are both expenses, you could talk about different sets. You have different strategies, right? To improve your cost of goods sold, we have to focus specifically on purchases, right? To get the value of purchases to go down, you have to find different suppliers, or you have to examine or do an audit on the supply chain to find cost savings or synergies, right? This is more of a POB thing, but it really is accounting, to be honest. Sorry, it's more accounting, sorry. Right? Your operating expenses, okay. All right, so how do we save costs? Give me an example of a couple of costs. Right, how do we save that? Don't use it as much. Yeah, take off your lights when you leave, right? Use UPSs or whatever the case is to protect your assets. Huh? You could use solar panels here. So you have things that could drive your costs down, right? So when you're talking about suggestions for improvement here, to me, you have to dig into the details of the items. And that's where the money is. That's why this topic is one of the slightly more advanced ones when it comes to the analysis. The calculation, once you know your formulas, you can do that, right? That's not a big deal, right? The analysis is where the money is. And as you can see, they're asking about that here. Now, it's only 2 marks, right? So it can't be super hard. So even if you can't get down to like a nitty-gritty specific one, give a general one, right? A strategy to improve net profit, the margin is to increase net profit relative to net sales, right? Strategy 2, decrease expenses while keeping relative to revenue. Long story short, right? Keep it simple because those 2 statements are correct, right? So either increase net profit. Hold on, let me pull up this, right? Oh, like I put it, decrease cost of sales relative to net sales revenue and decrease operating expenses. So I went real generic, right? I didn't say which one. I didn't say take off lights. I didn't say fire workers and hire cheap labor. I didn't say move your whole operation to a different country to save on labor costs. I didn't say any of that, right? So yeah, anyhow. So folks, we have more ratios to do after the break. So what we'll do, let me maximize here so you can see most of this stuff, right? Reduce usage, that's correct. Google Meet is coming out quick, Gina. I know I kind of talk plenty there. I didn't ask you all follow up. If you're good with when I say if you understood where I was coming from, it's coming out quick, Gina. If you need me to re-explain any of them, is not a problem. We're on break now, yeah. Get down. Scroll up. Like this. Alright, sorry, just give me 1 sec. Yeah, what I'll do. Do I have a second instance of this? I do. So we'll put this back there. So Put one on one side. Why did it do that though? Careful. Right, so you can see everything there. This is she fed up. maybe we taking a break for a reason. I'm gonna have a little bit of a dinner there. What do's I want? We'll trade for. All right. Crude AC. I mean Incur? INCUR, Incur, yeah? Angelica, I like the attitude. By tomorrow morning, yeah, you ready? That would be nice, huh? Alright. So what I'm doing, I eating a request bar. So I don't have to go and get dinner and come back now, you know? You hungry too? I'm trying to help you. Yeah. Hope I'm giving you an answer, yeah? Right. What time will I be back? No, shy, I'm staying on. I'm staying on. We're going straight to La Paz. We're just taking a small break now. Well, I wouldn't like shut the live now. I'll do it now. We have blank page in 1 year. I got tight fit. Azrael, check my channel. You know, is it cooked? All right, well, maybe you add some seasoning. It might taste good. You sure? Private class till 12. When half past 8 come, I done. I have a 6-month-old and a 2.5-year-old. And then our babysitter was sick today, so she didn't come out to go get my mother-in-law. So she had to go home for before 9. When I go home, my wife taking my phone. So hard luck. You know it's exam season, but she tell me, you work all day, exam tomorrow, then I'm watching channel. I say, all right, cool. At some point, you're going to sleep, huh? Trust me, that. Sabrina Harper, hey. I wonder if you are related to my wife. She's a Harper as well. Sabrina, where are you from? Trinidad? Nicholas, way. Next to me for the whole exam. AFCO, Tashin, check the live from Saturday. We did AFCO on Saturday. It's not helping? Oh, pressure. Which video? The one from 2020 or the one from Saturday? So you're scared? Let's look at to be scared, Jojo. From Trinidad? Okay, cool. Yeah, my wife's grandfather was Claude Harper. He was the first Orthodontist in Trinidad. He actually passed away 2 weeks ago. Funeral was last week, Wednesday. I don't know if that's a relative. It was Claude Harper. That is Kenneth, Uncle Stephen, Larry. My cousin named Reba, Ryan, and Reese. Not sure who else. That's it. That's her name. Boop, boop, boop.
But she didn't hear that when she was cool. But I said, just keep saying bop, bop, bop. Before,
No?
you didn't hear
That's what that was?
in that class, she called me for spite and it always bop, bop, bop.
She in that school. Electrical to my greatest hoodlum life.
Oh, cool, you know what I mean?
It's possible, but no guarantees. Hold on, what are we say? Oh, alright. Gabby. Hope they don't come. Pressure. Alright, alright, folks. So, mom, just. So, let me see if I can do a quick version of what I did yesterday after you guys left, right? Hold on, let me actually just open the next question real quick. That's a small thing. All right. 3 hours of hell. That basket. Already revising today for tomorrow last night. That's pretty people. I've been told that way. Yeah, might do that. All right, so good. Don't really know my family and my father's side. All right, I'll see if I know anybody on that. I'll ask her. That name sounds familiar. Sure. Yo. 45. 6:45. It's 20 minutes. Yeah. Okay. 50. Wait. Wait, are they outside? Oh, I thought we were analyzing the questions. Okay. Zone in. I agree, no. All right, yeah. Actually, I think I have a. I'm going to see bathroom and come back. So yeah, the live will stay on. I'll be back shortly, right? I the attitude, Emily. We're gonna be fine. Yeah, that's correct. Oh, I don't know who Miko to Nicholas is. An empty face of a strategy there, boy. Okay, let me go on. You can come back, yes.
Is it love? Is it love? What that budget? The most real question.
Go to the man that man. But people is watching you after the live.
Chris does say that free self.
I am going to chill with this chicken. Actually, these chicken, oh boy. I'm very Hi, life. How are we? What are we doing? Hi, guys. How are we? We're on a break right now. I just ran around in a circle like a bunch of times. Yeah. I'm really dizzy right now, guys. Why are you scared? I'm Paige, guys. I'm Chris's student. How are we? Guys, why don't we all make the curve low? I think all of y'all should fail, and we should make the curve really low.
Start a shout out, people. Don't get Chris cancelled.
Okay, shout out Lucas Jagasa, Angelina Aaron Luki.
Don't you mind?
Shout out Kelly Clark. Shout
Shout
out
out Jamal Leon. Shout out Choco 77.
If you get that man cancelled, look at
Y'all
Shout
ignore.
out Valerie. Okay.
Guys, I'm sorry for all the noise in the background, but
I pray them.
can y'all hear me? Wait, guys, can y'all hear me?
Yes, they hear.
It is muted. No, are they hearing me? Oh, y'all can't hear me. Okay, that's cool. Ready for C-sec page? Guys, so the thing is about, wait, can I move this? Okay, wait.
Peace.
Right, am I ready for C-sec? No, I'm not, but English and Spanish today were both food. Those were great exams. So like, maybe I am ready. I don't really know.
Graceful. I will beg your apologies.
Yeah, why
But okay, that's great. Okay, I know y'all are hearing me. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't know.
Girl, bye. Yes. What we doing now?
Okay, so right now we.
Manufacturing Def gonna come.
I don't know if this is YouTube, TikTok, or Google Meet.
Oh, I know.
It's everything. Oh, okay, so I'm on everything right now. I thought it was just YouTube. Get me suspended. How much subjects you doing? I'm doing 8 subjects. I do PoA, POB, history, social, Spanish, and then literature, math.
Somebody knows that we didn't access.
I know, I should.
So, Doctor,
Fly fun windy field. I'm gonna tell Chris on you.
Young lady, please go back to his.
Okay, no. But the thing is, right? Chris left. So I have nothing else to do because we haven't started back yet. Are we starting back now?
Somebody said teach us.
Hi, Mickey. Okay, so let me teach. Right, basically, guys.
Somebody knows
account.
only 8 subjects in it.
Yes, it only is 8 subjects I'm doing. That is Shama in the back. Put Sham on. Sham, they want you on. Sham said he doesn't want to be on. Put Sham on the cam. Okay.
No, don't do this.
Okay, guys. I don't want them to see my whole face.
Man trying to script fast.
No, okay. You all Olia, Chris gone to go and take a break. I am entertaining y'all until he comes back. You're doing 10 subjects.
That's
what
nice
subjects
for you,
are you
bro.
doing? I come for you, not Chris. Go back. That is not nice. Guys, I'm trying so hard to entertain
By the way,
y'all.
shout out to Chris, you know.
Yeah.
PoA pass one tomorrow. After
Once
PoA
tomorrow.
tomorrow, you'll catch me on quadrant.
Once tomorrow. Once
Catch me
tomorrow.
on quadrant.
Guys, once tomorrow. Chris is
Diamond.
back, by the way, guys. Chris is approving of me doing this. So all of y'all that are getting on with me, Chris has approved.
Yes.
Anyway.
After PoA tomorrow, catch me on rank.
Oh yeah.
Uh-huh.
Look at this one. I'm trying to scrape up a pass, and this is what I see in it.
Fresh in the dance floor.
Nobody asked you to entertain us. I wanted to entertain you.
Here's question, man.
Mute? Oh, what? I don't get docs there. What the hell? Excuse you?
Who's that? Kaylee?
Why do you know? Oh yeah.
Any 12 night?
Hey.
You want to tell them about?
No, we had the field trip.
Oh, right.
Yo,
Okay.
no. People don't call out my government name. I real good. I real good. My whole government name just get called out.
Hold on. All right. Oh, Noah. Yeah, Noah outside. Mr. Chris, I have on YouTube. I am. That's correct. Yeah, on TikTok. Well, TikTok and YouTube. Yeah. Sorry, guys. One sec. All right, guys. Yeah, we just on a short break. We're gonna start back shortly. You can do it. Yes, you can. So, from your family. Okay, cool. Yo. Me? Okay. I don't know. Last night, my intention was 11. I went to bed 2 o'clock. So, huh? Late, yeah.
I'm coming to Marco.
Okay.
My savior is back. Thanks.
Kelly says, chill, girl. I know you from your family.
You know me from my family. My king is back. I think they're talking about me, Chris.
Oh,
Yeah, because I just came
who
back.
drip POA? Who going on? 22. King man back. All right. Jamal. Oh, Chris. Who drip POA? Mr. Right. Mash up thing. Mash up.
You know me from my family. How you know me from my family? No, I'm actually very concerned. What are the predictions for tomorrow? Payroll, bank recs, cash books, budgets. What else is on the syllabus?
Hold on. Let me see if we can actually answer them questions, right? When last is topic came? Which topic is that, Peter?
Ratios, I think.
Ratios in me, I'll tell you. Give me 1 sec. 2021. Right? It came in 2021 on the Jan and the May paper. It came 2019 Jan and May. Right? But after 2021 May, it didn't come in 2021 since, which is strange.
Chris, did you see
Or
what I
cash
just
projections,
asked?
only 2021.
Chris, did you see what I
No,
just
what
got
is that?
asked? What school accent is that? I don't have an
School
accent. I'm
accent?
just white.
They even studied payroll, Carlin. We did payroll yesterday. The lives up on my channel.
Sure, I think they're bringing cooperatives.
Yeah, that's a very probable candidate, right? So hold on, let me tell you what I was saying, right? So in 2024, we have cash book, limited companies, partnerships,
It is
budgets,
agency, you're
payroll,
correct. I don't like how
double entry.
Kaylee knows everything about me. She knows my name and where I go to school. That's scary.
That's a little soft.
That's actually real scary.
We want Shamor. Tell Shamor Science we want Shamor.
What did they say?
Science says we want Shamor.
Oh. Shamo is watching the YouTube outside.
Right. So then.
What would I do?
Right.
I would not do that.
Schedule error correction, payroll. So the interesting thing is payroll came technically 2 years in a row, but there was a small piece in 2024. In 2023 was also a kind of small piece, right? Cash book but interpretations. Then it came again in 2024, right? Manufacturing, but then no, and then production budget error correction. No error correction production budget here. Cooperatives, right? But no cooperatives. No.
Someone just said cooperative should cooperate with me.
In 2025, Jan, books of original cash book, right? Employees pay again. Double entry, right? Principal ratios, depreciation, manufacturing markup, stock valuation. And we saw a trend yesterday that the January topics don't usually come back in May, right? But again, there's no guarantee, an error correction here, right? So what we're saying, guys, is that cooperatives didn't make an appearance for a little bit, but they were making an appearance. Look in 2023, they came here. Didn't come in 2022. Didn't come in 2021.
Is this Jan or May?
This is me.
We should look at the Jan ones.
Jan right here.
Okay.
Right. Now in Jan 2024, cooperatives. No, it didn't come this year either.
Yeah, we got some
so
cooperatives.
is a big candidate. They also didn't touch absorption costing since Jan 2023. Right? What to go over theory? Everything. Never would have been again. Tell us more comments and say hi to the live stream. Just focus on accounts. Yeah, somebody named Sion.
No, and a bunch of them saying we want Shamsi Cash.
Oh.
Y'all were trying to get him on the Mike Dory. Imagine
I see
PoA
you.
get leaked. No, we don't want PoA to get
Nah,
leaked, guys.
we don't
Chris
do-
has explained it too many times.
2017 question 5? What's 2017? May or January, Jonathan? Or the cooperatives. Oh, that one was a serious. I actually, the first video I did on that, I made mistakes. I had to do the whole question. A fresh video and everything. So yeah. It's possible for it to get leaked, but I don't think it will.
That was Sham right there, by the way, guys.
June 6th. June. Your praying covers do come. Alright.
Me too, don't worry.
Predictions.
So you can screenshot it. The thing is, right? There's never gonna be like a 100% certain prediction.
Yeah, guys. If you look at it, topics don't repeat in the combinations, that's just too many. Right?
All I can say is study the big topics, the really hard ones, and then the easy ones, you could figure it out in the exam and pray.
I wouldn't take that advice.
If you have a nun in your school or a father in your school or whatever in your school, get them to bless you tomorrow. If you have a chapel, go to chapel.
Right.
Go on,
Donate to Chris.
donate to Chris.
I don't have anything set up to get donation, so
TikTok, any rose you send means you're
Exactly,
getting an extra 10 marks in PoA. YouTube, anytime you subscribe, it means you're getting an extra 5 marks in PoA.
Catch Chris in Warzone ranked tonight.
me?
Yeah.
Not I.
Check Chris.
Classes are vibes, yeah. List hard topics. Good, Kayla holding her head 3 times.
What?
If all of us do bad, the curve for C-sec will drop on even if we leave half the blank. We can still get a little 2 or so.
No, right. The thing
Nah,
is,
like,
right?
hard
Can all
topics.
of y'all fail tomorrow so I can pass?
Alright, hold on. Guys, they could bring any topic in a hard way and any topic in an easy way. Right? What's that? Oh, okay.
The thing that you saw.
Okay, yeah. Canon, check my when did we did budget? Friday? Yeah, Canon,
Yeah.
check my Friday live. I did the second live on Friday. There were two lives on Friday. Check the second one. We did the questions and I
Do they have the stock valuation live?
Yeah, all the lives we did live. Yeah.
Okay, watch the stock valuation live from this year. Don't watch the one on YouTube.
Yeah. The stock one from Sunday.
Yeah.
This lady. stressing, get them ones.
What topics coming tomorrow?
Aisha,
we don't
we
know.
say we don't know. What we're saying is that what came in January doesn't tend to come in May, and what came last year on the paper don't tend to come either.
I was so good at error correction, you're lying. No.
That's what we look.
Manufacturing account. Okay, guys. Study your income on your balance sheet. Study budget.
Yes, income statement and budget are coming out a while. Since like 2021. Hold on,
Yeah.
20, so you see, we have nothing like that here. No income statement or balance sheet yet. Absorption costing came here and in Jan 2023. That comes since. Right?
Yeah.
Income statement, a piece of it there.
Study bank recs, because real people have trouble with bank recs.
I don't mean it came last year though.
I know, but still study it.
No.
Do the big topics.
Here, it came here, but very small,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, guys.
Limited liability companies.
It came here already last year.
Oh, okay.
And like I said, when we looked at it yesterday, the topics had come 1 year, unlikely to come in previous year, except this one. In manufacturing came 2022 and 2023.
I need it to come tomorrow.
Apart from that, we're not really seeing repeats from year to year in terms of the topics. Pieces, yes, but not like big pieces, like big whole things.
Yeah, guys, study
Right.
partnerships and cooperatives.
The only exception I would have said to that was 2019. Partnerships from 2019 and before, but since 2019 come forward, nah. Errors is not for me. Absorption costing, it will come in a little while. But again, that don't mean it would. It has some topics here, like petty cash. Petty cash was absent from 2011 to 2021.
Yeah.
Right? It has some topics that just don't bring forward because it's forget or something. So it have no real way to know. No for tomorrow, I would say make sure I know them, but just don't bring them.
Riri, I'm not mad. I just drank a lot of coffee today.
Yeah, that's the problem.
And I just had a bunch of energy drinks.
Format for the Dari, check my YouTube, go through the playlist.
Yeah,
of
he has a
how
lot
to
of
do it,
playlists.
right? All right, I'm just gonna have to pull an all-nighter with your videos. I get some sleep.
Okay.
All right,
Oh, yeah.
guys. Yeah, we're gonna start back
Yeah.
the ratio in like 2 minutes. So
But not
get-
even that
call
though,
on from
guys.
us.
Go to sleep at 9 and wake up at
Absorption
3
question
and
doesn't
study
come.
from
Don't mind
then.
up
Don't
Sachin saying
go up,
absorption
stay
question
up all
better
night.
than comes. Ari saying real. Jordan crying. Jordan, no, it's all right. It's all right. No stock valuation. It's all right. We did stock valuation on Saturday. Yeah, Saturday. But what we're saying, Zaria, is the pattern we saw yesterday is that it's very, very unlikely for anything that came in the January paper that it'll come back in the May paper. Based on what we did between 2019 and 2024, right? So if that pattern holds, right, most of the stuff you see here shouldn't end up on the May paper, right? So like I said, that's the best thing. But again, there's no guarantee, right? Petty cash, waste of time. When I say for a final exam, especially the way this bring it. So we're saying share some coffee. Right. No, yeah. Suspense. Is there a chance? Right. Well, look, they brought error correction and suspense on January. Now we'll only really know if this pattern holds that January stuff don't come in May, June when we see paper tomorrow. Right? So we could fit in our cooperative question today.
Yeah, please.
We didn't do that already. Guys, we did that like real recent.
Yeah, but I think we should do a next one because I need a refresh. Are we just doing ratios?
Yeah, because we didn't touch it at all.
Well, we can do like a little bit of revision on that. Like do that a little bit and then do a cooperative.
Let's see. I don't know about that. Because we did it already. But once I do that, I going back. Well, let me tell you what day we did it, live course.
All your lives are on your thing?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I didn't know that. So they hear all our conversations in class?
Yeah.
All the time. Every single time.
Y'all, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Oh my gosh.
Go open one, then knock
Oh,
on
you're
floor.
kind
Guys, here what? I just realized the cooperatives videos will not public. I'm making them public now. Alright?
Siri, I'm telling you, he window wiper guy.
He was.
Sorry? Okay. Yeah, guys, on the channel, I just made the 3 lives for cooperatives from December public, right? So if you're having trouble with cooperatives, double entry Sachin, it's here what? It's highly unlikely, and I'll tell you why. Double entry came last year, right? Now, when I say like for a whole question it came, right? It's quite possible they could bring like a piece of a question as double entry, like make you do 1 or 2 T accounts based on like a cash book or something. That's possible, right? Lenny, right? So chat CXF prediction. Well, I'm glad for them. Again, we'll only know how good the prediction will when we see the exam tomorrow, right? And Leah, yeah, that's correct. I did FIFO Life on Saturday. Yo,
Bitch, come on, see this.
that come on what?
Somebody don't message.
Alright. Sorry. Okay. Hold on. Sorry, I'm gonna check the comments. I care about that in the morning. Yeah. If that's the case, go and take a sleep. Yeah, Eli, we're fine. Sorry, I take on definitions. Yes. So Peter, we are saying yeah. Predictions. Okay, cool. YouTube. Topics are coming. What? Anything on the syllabus coming too? Anything. The whole syllabus is fair game. What we're saying is that based on what we saw when we analyzed the January papers yesterday versus the May papers in the same year, right? Nothing from January that year repeated in May that same year. Right, look at right here on the screen. This stuff right here. This is the Jan paper from this year, right? Well, that cash book was real small. They had journals and the cash book. It had like 5 entries in the cash book. But hold on, just now. The other pattern we saw is whatever came in 1 year usually doesn't repeat. So if that stuff came last year, you're unlikely to see them this year. Well, manufacturing was here in January. Like, no, check it. We did see some exceptions to the rule, right? But it was few and far between, right? There were like 1 or 2 exceptions for the stuff with the January to May, and there was like 1 or 2 exceptions for May to May. But the majority of it, yeah. Right. Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna switch to me here and John here, right? Yeah, okay, guys, so we're gonna do a little more. So sorry, Zaria, Chat GPT said financial statements, journal entry, control accounts. Right, so Zaria. Oh, Yuri. Sorry, no problems. Yeah, Mandy here, but I just made those public on my channel, right? So what you can do, go in my channel, in the live section, you're looking for December. Look at it, it's December, when it was December the 16th, 18th, and 20th last year, right? So they are now public. Anybody can check them out, right? No problems, right? Right, hold on. All right, guys. So here, the next 10 minutes, we're just going to take a quick look at the stuff between January and May, June, right? And we're going to start from about 2019. Oh, that's income statement. Yeah. Right. So check it real quick, right?
Which one is me?
May on the left-hand side, right? So January, so cash book, income statement, partnerships, error correction, with bank recs, journal entries, and ratios, right? So across here, we have 1 exception, but like I said, prior to 2021, partnerships was on almost every paper for like 15 years, right? So if we ignore that one, the only other thing was the LLC. They didn't have journal entries, so they had it here, right? So like I said, there's a piece of a topic. So like if they test this piece, they might test the next piece there. But as you can see, there's no. Yeah, come through. There's no serious. Well, the day before the exam. And if I check the number of subscribers I have now, yeah, don't drop that. Yeah, you're good to go. Numbers of, let me see. 40,000. So across that. Yeah, boy.
That's followers.
subscribers on yeah. Right. So 2019. Huh? Yeah. Right. Now 2020, Jan had no corresponding paper in May because of COVID, right? All right. So how much longer again, boy? Okay. So you're almost there. All right, then you're home free. Right. So this has nothing to compare it to, so we're just gonna scroll across, right? Right. Now check this. Let me go across 2021, right?
You don't have incomplete record.
No, incomplete records not in the syllabus anymore, right? Just 1 second. Hold on, just now. Right, look, income statement with balance sheet piece and a piece of bad debts and depreciation. Control accounts, bank rec theory. Concepts theory, budgets, markup, margin, cash book, piece of it, discount receive, utilities, trial balance, error correction. Look across here. Okay, all right, good. You're almost there. All right, don't worry, we'll get through. Right, so income statement, all right, bye-bye. So debtors T account. So that is similar to control account. Ledger identification, trial balance, right? Writing off bad debts, provision for bad debts, transaction analysis. Ratios, right? Income statement. So yeah, there was an income statement piece here. It wasn't much compared to what came here. It was very different, right? Payroll, partnership. So how many things you all seen in common there? Many things or not many things? Not many, if at all, right? Okay. Right, now again, what we're doing is we're comparing the January paper topics with the May paper topics in any given year, right? All right, so that's 2022 now. Right, control accounts. Control accounts across here? Yeah. Right, the only thing I say you're missing is stuff like provision for bad debts, depreciation, and accrued returns. Okay. Provision for bad debts, provision for depreciation, and expense and revenue accounts dealing with accruals and prepayments. And receipts and payments accounts. You have that? All right, cool. Right. So look, check it. Any control accounts here? No. Any theory, ethical principles employees pay across here? No. Any depreciation? No. Ratios? Right. So we comparing right to left. Right? The right is the January paper, left is the May paper. So we confirming that what comes in January basically doesn't come in the May of that same year. That's a good question. I would like that. I like the answer. Right? Error correction. Balance sheet. Error correction. Balance sheet. Anything? No. Ratios. Asset tests. Receivables collection period. Stock valuation. They pack it up. None of that here, right? Okay, cool. Sorry, just now. Right, 2023. There we go. All right, double entry. I have a little piece here. It's a small piece, right? Absorption costing. Now, absorption costing did come on the 2022, right? Okay. Trial balance and errors and provision for bad debts. No, right? Partnerships. No. Cooperatives, right? This is one of the exceptions that they were asking about, right? So in 2023, in Jan and May, cooperatives came as the last question both times, right? Appropriation account and balance sheet extract. This had a statement of corrected surplus plus appropriation and balance sheet. So it was a little more involved, right? But that was one of the biggest exceptions we saw so far, right? Right, so that's 2023. 2024 now. All right, guys, give me one second. Bobman. Right, errors and control accounts. No. Balance sheets with ratios. No. Receipts and payments and bank rec. Now we have a bank rec here. But this one was update the cash book and then theory. This one was just the bank rec straight off. Right? LLC's theory, just the theory, that came here too, right? Depreciation. They hadn't tested it in a while, Now that's January. Provision or allowance for bad debts and accounting theory, accounting concepts. Didn't come, right? Okay. Now, and then the 2025 paper is this, right? So if you follow your pattern, now the funny part about it is that they brought depreciation here in 2024 Jan and here in 2025 Jan. which is strange. They don't usually repeat topics, but again, they have tested different pieces. So no control comment. Sure, no, yeah, I don't know. I can't tell you what coming or what not coming. Quick maths and see what coming. Caitlin, right? Okay, cool. Maybe pass Maglo. What do you think will come? Okay, hold on. Just now. So before I say what I think will come, right? How to find brought down. I'll come back to all that because we have more ratios to do, guys. Right. So check what we're gonna do now, right? Okay. What we're gonna do now is we're gonna analyze from May to May, from 1 year to the next, right? So 2019 May, right? Anything here? So cash book, no. Income statement adjustments. We have a piece of income statement here, but not with adjustments, right? Partnerships. Right. So that, like I said, few exceptions, right? Error correction, bank recs, LLCs, and all these were small pieces of the topics, because of course, right? But nothing came, right? No error, no bank recs, no LLCs, nothing across here, right? Ratios, any ratios? One little piece here, right? So again, a small piece compared, right? Me paper, I have to leak his toilet paper. Wait, hold on. I was in January here, sorry. Okay, we're gonna do that over again, sorry. All right, balance sheet. Any balance sheets here? Sorry, balance sheet and double entry. Kind of double entry here, but not really the same. This was full T accounts. Partnerships. Right, so like I said, that was the exception from 2021, go back. Receipts and payments and journals. Nope. Okay. LLCs. Nope. Okay, cool. So from 19 to 2021, very little crossover. Agreed? All right, cool. Yeah. It's like an animal creature. It's a thing. Right. Toilet people. Yeah. Biggest sigh ever. Don't forget us.
Forget that.
Right. Hoping for appropriation and controls. Cooked. All right. So debtors T account ledgers. No control accounts at all. Writing off bad debts, provision for bad debts, creditors control. No. Ratios income statement. 400 what? Oh, all right, nice. Payroll. No. Partnership. No. So from 2021 to 2022, little to nothing, if anything came at all, repeats wise. And from 22 to 23, right? Petty cash, T accounts. There are cash book, so not the same thing, but from the same general area. Right? Receipts and payments and bank recs. No. Manufacturing. So manufacturing from 2022 to 2023, so another exception. But again, not the norm. Business plan, LLCs. No LLCs, no business plans. Absorption costing. No. All right. Okay, and now the final one, 2023 to 2024. All right, cool. Accounting software, journal entries, employees pay. None. Cash book interpretation of this one, they gave you the cash book and asked you questions about it. This one was a bigger one. So that one we could say is another exception, right? With a bank rec. Manufacturing, no. Production budget, error correction, control accounts, but that's just theory. Cooperatives, no. Right. So, guys, what we're seeing here is as follows. Right. The topics that came in January of any given year are unlikely to come back in the May, June. We have very few exceptions to that. Right? Also, any topics that came in the previous year are also unlikely to come back. So basically what I'm saying is what you're seeing on the screen now is unlikely to come back. Now, that is not saying they will not bring it back. Like we said, they have exceptions. They're few and far between, but they have exceptions, right? What we're not seeing here in last year paper or Jan 2025 is cooperatives. We're not seeing absorption costing. We're not seeing income statements. We're not seeing balance sheets. We're not seeing, hold on, I want to say T accounts. Well, they have it for depreciation, but we're not seeing T accounts for like revenues and expenses, right? We have error and suspense down here. We have a small bank rec on top of here, right? We have manufacturing here. We have partnerships and LLCs, right? We have the production budget, right? So they might bring a sales budget, you never know. They might bring the statement, sorry, the cash flow projections that we did earlier today, right? We also not seeing like a major ratios question, which is why I was working them today with you all, which we're gonna get back to very, very soon, right? So yeah, so like I said, if you want to make predictions based on what we just saw, right? Basically, look at what is here, look at what is not here, right? And focus on those, right? Now, again, disclaimer, that is not necessarily what's going to come, right? Looking at the pattern, that seems most likely to come. But if you choose to exclude anything, you are taking that risk on your own. I am not telling you to study those things at the expense of these things. I will always tell you, hey, know your income statement, know your balance sheet and your partnerships. I like errors, including suspense and correction of net profit. I like bank recs a lot. Partnerships, LLCs for sure, right? All the other stuff there, kind of half and half, right? Anyhow, so boom, right? So yeah, no, don't crash out yet. Don't crash out. As you guys go and sleep, wake up in the morning, do the thing. Did you survive this equation, no? By passing it? Oh, yeah. You all please do the paper blank. That's a big risk you're asking about Twinkle. So I don't think you can take that risk.
I think you should take that risk.
Nah. No, we have more issues to do. Hold on, look, I'll show you. We have, look, in January, it came 2021, 22, 24, 25. In May, we have, well, we obviously can't do all the questions, but I'm trying to handle all of the most recent ones. So you'll get an exposure to it, right? Yeah, sorry, Liam. Should I close off that one, right? Bad debts or like provision for bad debts? Hold on. 2021 and 2024 Jan. So a little while ago in terms of the May paper. Crisp, toasted, baked, everything in one. You overcook. Right. Uh-huh. Things are ticked off. All right. But was you here Friday for budget?
I was, but I'm
Okay.
decent time.
Right. So do we have to do financial statements for cooperative? Or just answer questions? No, you need to know the financial statements, the income and expenditure, the appropriation account, and the balance sheet for sure. Claude 2.0, boy. And it feels, well, here what to do, Claude, take a break.
It's this thing.
Take a break. And start back. So Lisa, I agree. People won't save me, and people won't me trust, right? So my toes burn. So another say prediction. We just kind of said that, yeah. This is Jan. May papers, this one last year here. Yeah, me. I didn't really give a list per se. But we said based on the pattern we saw, it might be a good idea to take a look at cooperatives. It might be a good idea to take a look at absorption costing, cash projections, or like they like to call it cash flow statements. We also said it might be worth looking at income statements and balance sheets with adjustments, and possibly T accounts for like revenues and expenses. Right. Do we have paper one? Yes. Oh, and control accounts. Control accounts came in 2023. And 2024, that's just theory. Yeah, it's hardly come in Jan. No, yeah, 2022 is the last time. Yeah. And ratios, right? Cool. Right. So, folks, let's get back to some work on ratios, right? So I'll officially call in. Oh crap! I took off the bloody thing. Right. Yeah, guys. So we're starting back some wrote that down. Half marking paper to easy people. Well, they could try. I don't know how to work, but worth a try. Hey guys, we'll go till about 20:15, then have a little tradition as used. Total accounts ratios, cooperatives absorption, cash flow projections. I went in about 2 o'clock and got up around that time. Oh, that's it? For English? She was studying for English or Spanish? Oh, and French. Oh, wow. Yes. Yes, welcome. All right, so hold on. What did we just do? Okay, so we're doing Jan 2022. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 4, 4, and 5 is 9. Only we laughing because a man knocked back a bottle of water that was empty twice. He takes sips that wasn't there. The man sipping air. All right. Okay, guys, we starting back. I just printed out the question for the in-class people. My online people, hold straight. My Google Meet.
Oh my gosh, I didn't even put ratios on there. Oh my gosh.
Google Meet. Give me a second. I'll send on the thing. Just now. Come on, expenditure for cooperatives. Okay. Less. Some more or less.
I actually don't know.
Hoskins.
Wait. Yes, I can.
No. Girl, leave yourself. Right. Okay, cool. So my crash course, check your WhatsApp and my regular people. Really good. Check your WhatsApp. Feeder ramp you soon. If a feeder will come, based on the pattern we saw, there's a possibility. It's a higher possibility than some other stuff. Yes. But it's up to you. Okay, cool. Hey guys. Okay, so we're gonna zoom in here a little bit now. So this is the Jan 2022 paper, right? All right. So expenses. All right. Let me give all these stuff in class. Right. Okay. So all right, guys. So we're looking at Jan 2022. It's just a short ratios question. So Patches Enterprises provided the following info for the year ended 30th April 2021. All right, cool. Sorry, just give me 1 second. I want to check something real quick on this side just to make sure everything's still connected. All right. Yeah, sorry. Just checking that. So, yes, I am. That's nice. All right, right. We have sales $650,000, gross profit $195, and expenses is 20% of sales. What's the first thing they ask you for? Total expenses. So how are you think you're gonna find that? Find 20% of 650, which is 130. Right, just find it quick. Okay, I guess I could do a. Right. I do understand when people ask that because how is get a ledger? A ledger is a whole book of T accounts. So if you gain ledgers, you gain double entry. Huh? When did we learn double entry? Okay, that's where the T accounts belong, basically. So as an accountant, you need to know where to put the T accounts. Not that often, but it came at least 2 or 3 times in the 2020s, which surprised me. Right? So 20% of what? 650? As equal to? All right, cool. All right, so that's that piece. You okay with that one? All right. All right, the next thing, net income for the year. Okay, how do we find net income? Correct, gross profit. Okay, so I'll put that here, right? So hold on, let me just. All right. So yeah, so net income equal to gross profit minus expenses. Right. So what's the gross profit? 195. What's the expenses? 130. So the difference is? Right, so that's the net profit right there. Yeah. That's 1 mark. And then the last piece they wanted to find is the percentage of net profit to sales. What they're asking for is something called the net margin. Right? The percentage of net profit to sales is something called the net margin. Over sales as a percentage, does it? So 65,000 over 650,000 is 10%. Yeah.
3 months for that.
Net profit over sales by 100 over 1. I see cool sweating boy on TikTok. You didn't sign up for what, boy? So is it possible for journals? Yeah, everything possible, but unlikely. Let's just all stay home. In quadratic, you come up with that talk. I'm not done typing. Still asking? What are you talking about? Just send it? Just send what? Did I get an email? Sorry, my throat. Let's see. Hey, what messages, boy? My YouTube comments gonna be like the comments on videos. That's some people. Oh no. Yeah. And so in the inbox they have like different sections. So yeah, but what happened is I have 3 emails for the business. I have the admin, I have my regular, and my video as well. So the main one I use is the regular one. So I don't pull out the videos inbox very often. But yeah, that's full. All right. Is it possible for company accounts to come? Yes, but unlikely. Moses, about an hour again. Matthias, what's going on, boy? Good to see you on. All right. We are doing some ratios here, going backwards in the year from 2024, 25, go back. Right. So the last piece said it was the percentage of net profit to sales for the year. Okay, so we copy and paste that down here. Right. So this is something called the net margin, ladies and gents. All right, so net margin is equal to net. Wait, why am I not in Excel? What am I doing? Net profit over sales. And of course, multiply that by 100 over 1. Right, so if you have 6,500 over 65,000, right, that's just going to give us 10%. Long story short. I in the whole syllabus, that's true. All right, in class, people, are we okay with the solution to this question? All right, Google Meet, you know the drill. If you guys good with that, give me a genie chat. Please and thanks. All right, Jordan. Right, okay, Jordan. So what they get is on top of here, they gave us this table, right? So they told us, right, sales is 650, gross profit is 195, and they said expenses is 20% of sales. So the total expenses is just 20% of the 650, which is equal to 130,000, right? Right. Sarad, where's all the ends? Right. Then the next piece they wanted was the net income. Now, net income is gross profit minus the expenses. Now, they gave us the gross profit, 195, and we just calculated the expenses of 130. 195 minus 130 is 65. All right? What's that? Oh, okay. And the last thing we want here is percentage of net profit to sales. So net profit we just saw was 65,000. Sales is 650,000. So 65 over 650. Sorry, 6,500 of 1,000. No, I forget the extra zero in both cases. Right? And you multiply by 100 over 1 and you get 10%. Right? So Jordan, I hope that's a little better. Let me know. All right. No problem, anytime. Which particular parts are that? And I just went over, by the way. Amura. Well, that's why I'm here. I'm trying to help as best I can. All right. So we okay with 2022 on the screen, right? You all copy this stuff down. Anybody still taking it down? We good? All right, cool. All right. So I'm taking that off, yeah? Okay. I'll print out this one too. Natural stuff. Yeah, we did this. Yeah, we did this. Okay, so how I put it up again? That's weird. Okay. What do you think? Right, so me, this, and then that. Okay, hold on, sorry. Let's open a couple of May papers first, and we'll track back to the Jan. Off for real. Let's say Friday. Like, well, if you go to the exam Friday, then yeah, right have a panic attack because the exam is tomorrow. All right, okay. Okay, we're going in here a little bit, right? This is 2021 May. We have a trial balance here, right? All right, now it says additional information, inventory was valued at this, right? Now, the first thing they want is the working capital or current ratio. How do we find working capital or current ratio? Divide. Yeah, current, yeah. All right. Caitlin, how possible? So when they say non-profits, what are you talking about? Regular system payments? Yeah, that could come. Cooperatives, we think there's a strong possibility. Yeah. Mr. Bracewell. Wait, I didn't give you all the paper. Oh, shucks. Sorry. Give me a sec. All right, 12 copies. Okay, so sorry. So we had to take a pause for a second, right? Let print. Let's just see what they want, right? So they want the working capital ratio, receivables collection period. Who's YouTube. Who's Mr. Braceford? What's going on with that? All you had fight with the teacher? English exam? Oh, sorry. Right, while we're waiting on this of the print, if you take a look at the screen, which of these items are current assets? Cash, accounts receivable. Which of these items are current assets? Cash, receivables. Nope. Now inventory, yeah, but this inventory here is the one you want. That's your closing stock. This is your opening stock. Look at the dated trial balance, right? So you have to be careful. Now we also need current liabilities. Now liabilities are what kind of balance? Credit or debit? Credit, right? So you have one, two, three items. One is capital, one is sales, and one is accounts payable. You're going on that road now. Not me. I good. Right. So guys, for the current ratio, right? You're taking your current assets, you're adding them up, and you're dividing by your one current liability. Right? I'm gonna give those in class the No. Oh no, you can. But more likely thing you would do is give you one to fix. Correct a trial balance. That'll become very
Trial balance. This list is becoming long.
What is overstock? A lot of this stuff you have to know, right? Well, we can do that. Well, just see how confidence you are.
I can't speak it. I can't learn it.
Why say when you see the buy? Come on, go. Yo. When I do what? Please. Oh. Right. So what I do is the source documents, the invoices, the receipts. Yeah, I'll scan them, and then at the end of the month of the year, I'll go through all the source documents. And the source documents, my cash book, next important one, and my bank statements to confirm bank. Yeah. So the skills I learn, well, I wouldn't say I learned them for Form 5. I learned about them, and I guess afterwards I put them into use, like after A levels, after UV, everything, after teaching everything. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, well, okay, not forget what to do. So sometimes, okay, so what I'll do when I'm doing my tax return, I have to do a trial balance for every month. Sometimes it's off and I'm able to find the thing relatively. Yeah. I need to farm it out to somebody, I just don't know who. Because it gets to be a lot. Anyhow. Right. What is bank record? Yeah, something. Right. Okay, cool. This is what? May 21. All right, give me 1 sec, guys. Is that open? Yep, it's open. All right, cool. So we go here. Actually, you know what? Hold on, just now. All right, let's push that up. Oh.
Then I support you. I said Marcus is the only one.
Okay. Oh.
I heard that. If I heard it from him, they heard it from there.
All right. Inactivity, right, cool. Right. So the current to working capital ratio is the first thing they want, right? So again, the formula for that is the current assets. Right. Current net. Liabilities. Yeah. Okay. So again, the current assets were what? They had cash. How much was cash? 10,000. We had receivables next, right? That was how much? 42. And the closing inventory was 32. And the only liability was the accounts payable, which is 64,000, right? Right. 42 and, well, 40 is 84. Over 64. That's equal to, oops, sorry. Hold on. No, stop it. Behave yourself. Right. There you go. Right. So 84 divided by 64. About 1.31. Right. So 1.31 to 1. Right. So what this means is that for every dollar of current liabilities that exists, we have $1.31 of current assets to pay it off. Yeah. The current ratio and the quick ratio are the only two ratios expressed in ratio format. Right? I mean, a percentage is a ratio, but like regular ratio with a colon, only those two are expressed in that particular form. The quick ratio, right? So the next ratio they want is it that one? Oh no. Oh, right. So that's the first piece there, right? So let me just take off this piece here. Take off this piece here. Thanks, right? Okay. Are we good with the 1.31 to 1, ladies and gents? All right. All right, the next thing they're asking us here is so it says the working capital ratio at the end of May 2020 was 1.70 to 1. Now, the current year is what? 2021. So last year, the ratio was 1.70 to 1. So quick question, is that ratio higher or lower than the current ratio? Higher. So in other words, from 2020 to 2021, did the ratio increase or decrease? It decreased. So our liquidity decreased, right? So last year we had $1.70 of current assets available to pay off every dollar of current liabilities, right? Now in 2021, we only have $1.31 available for every $1, right? So that's not as good. Would we agree? Okay. So it says based on your calculated ratio in A part 1, identify one significance of the change in ratios for the financial position of the business. I don't know who's right these things. I feel like they're trying to sound fancy when they don't have to, all right? So all they had to really say was, clearly, right? All they had to say was, they're going to say, explain one possible reason why the ratio, for the movement in the ratio, all right? So identify one significance of the change in the ratios. All right, so long story short, they're asking you to explain why, one possible reason why the ratio decreased from 1.70 to 1.3 to 1, right? So we don't have any information for 2020. The only information we have is for 2021. So we can't say for sure. Now that's a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged sword because we can't say for sure, we don't know, but that's a good thing because now we could make up reasons. Now I'm not saying make up anything outlandish, unreasonable, or wrong. I'm saying if you know your ratio. So what's the ratio for current ratio? Current assets over current liabilities. Okay. For that to go down, like I said, for a ratio to go down, one of two things can happen. Either your numerator decrease, your denominator increase. So either your current assets decrease or your current liabilities increase. I know what? That's really all you had to say. All right? So I'm going to put that. So it says here, right? The working capital ratio at the end of May 2020 was 1.7 to 1. Yeah. Hold on. Now there's only one mark, yeah? So you don't have to go overboard. Sorry, go ahead, Paige. Sorry.
I just found my biggest.
Your biggest op? What is that?
My opposition.
Yeah, what's it called? The calculator?
Luca Pacioli.
He invented accounts.
Yeah.
Pacioli, by the way. It's Italian. It's Italian.
Don't like him at all.
Why? Because you have to find out to keep track of your money. Remember, I tell all that at the end of the day, all this is just keeping track of money, right? That's what it is. And it's a system, as you can see. It's a system, and systems can get very complicated, so you have to find out how to deal with it, right? Trust me, this stuff is the basic stuff. If you were to go to Form 6 and see somebody do there, no, I'm not saying that stuff. Some of the stuff on that syllabus is still kind of outrageous and outlandish for forms, even for a Form 6 syllabus, right? But anyhow, let me not go down that route, right? As you get older, you're supposed to become more capable. To become more capable, you have to do things you didn't do before. You have to grow. And growth is usually uncomfortable because you can't grow while you are comfortable. The only comfortable growth is your belly, right? Like if you eat your food, right? Hey, you were there?
Yeah.
When you came?
I
Oh, serious? I was upstairs.
Yeah.
Okay. Good to see you. All right. Right. Yeah. So, come back here now. Right. So one.
Okay, all of it.
It 56. I would say.
I'm still
Oh, yeah.
terrified that my name, my school, and where I was for a future.
One possible significance. No, don't do that. No, because it'll actually it'll get it live pull down or that piece delete, right? So one possible significance of the change in the financial position of the business. I don't know why it's doing that thing where it's kind of blanking out, right? Right? A significance of the change is that now, if you're in doubt, speak to the fundamental idea behind the ratio. The fundamental idea behind the ratio is: do we have how much current assets exist to pay off the current liabilities, or how much current assets exist to pay off every dollar of current liabilities? So quick question: do we have more or less money of current assets to pay off current liabilities? We have less, right? Is that the business is less able to repay its current liability, with its current assets. That's basically it. Yeah, how to go for, but it's one mark, right? They didn't ask for a reason behind the change. They asked for a significance of the change. What is the change? It's a decrease in the current ratio. Cool. What is the significance of that? Is the liquidity drop. What does that mean? They're less able to pay off the current liabilities with the current assets. Long story short.
So we can't just write
You could write that, yeah. Okay. Now the next piece of the question, results from calculations of the receivables collection period are shown below by S-Lite for 2 financial years, right? receivables collection period. Okay. 31st May 2020. Sorry, question? No? Okay. And 31st. Okay. So what, first of all, what is the receivables collection period? Anybody know? Okay. What are receivables? People that owe you money. And what is, so if I then say collection period, what does that sound like? How long is it take to? Correct. How long is it take to collect your receivables, right? Now, quick question. Would you rather get back your money faster or slower? Faster, right. So if the ratio was 65 in 2020 and then was 59.7, is that an increase or a decrease? A decrease. So it's taken less time to collect. Now let's say you rounded this off to 60. That's still less than 65. So you're collecting your debts on average 5 days faster in the current year, right, than in the previous year. Right? So let's see. So interpret the significance. They like this word, boy. Interpret it. Explain the change in the ratio. Why you can't just talk English to people to understand? Right. Interpret the significance of these two receivables collection period ratios for the business performance of SLI. This is 1 mark. I can't imagine it's as simple as saying in 2020 it took 65 days on average to collect receivables, whereas in 2021 it took 59.7 days. So therefore in 2021 we were collecting receivables faster. There's 1 mark, right? So for that, yeah. Table. Which table, Travel?
Makes no sense.
Right. Why is split 1? That's how you express the current and quick ratio, Bush. They collected money for, yeah, the Mari. That's correct. Very good. Already have the people downloaded. Came out 11:05. Are you sure? Or you just gone trying to harass people? Right. Which maths people too? Last year? How you know that? Right. Okay. Right. So for part 3. Right. So in 2020, right, the business took 65 days on average to collect its receivables. Whereas in 2021, that fell to 59.7 days. Right. Now they didn't ask why. No, they can't. Yeah. They didn't ask why. They said interpret the significance or meaning of these two ratios. Now it said for the business performance, right? So you could say so. So can you add something else this way? Therefore, the business is collecting its receivables faster. Long story short. All right, what topic? Olivia, this is ratio analysis. Okay. That was it for this question. Let me just maximize here so we could see everything. Yeah, that was about it, right? So this is that's part 1 of it. Right. Okay, cool. Yeah. Right. In class, people, how are y'all feeling with this stuff we have on the screen there? Any questions, any problems, anybody, anything? All right, cool. Google Meet. You guys on the drill? If you guys good with that, give me a quick Genie chat, please and thanks. Oh, 13 hours left, the man say, yeah. Out of those 13, you should be sleeping for at least 7 or 6. Minimum. Which should you have 3 hours?
5:30. I should be to bed at 1:30 and that's 5 hours.
Say that again?
If I wake up at 5:30,
Uh-huh.
go to bed at 1:30. That's 5 hours. 4:30. 12:30. 5 hours.
Paige, if you could go to bed at 11 tonight or 10:30, please do that. If you can't, do not pass 12. Okay, so I had to wake up and get to school. And what she going to do in traffic in Kukurit?
We have to be in the room at 8:15.
Alright, cool.
But then for
Right, so
Spanish,
that's
we have to go
S
in,
light.
like,
So S light.
9 to 8.
Oh. Right, okay. This is May 2019. Is a single page or 2 pages? Oh, this question. Okay.
12 hours, 18 minutes.
Yeah, don't worry. Sergeant, real for the proper content. Sergeant, if you had to take a break, take a break, buddy.
13 hours on
You had the exam to sit, so don't harass yourself.
Only have 13
Maths.
hours on 7.
You get tomorrow for maths or not? Circle theorem. Man, them just know, don't say them kind of thing, man. Don't say them thing, don't say them thing. Don't rile up the people them. Hold on, Google Meet, did I send this to you guys? John, I sent John. Okay, hold on, just now, let me send. So what percentage is the paper to? Or 50%? Wait, the paper done already again?
That was Sophia. She had distinction in PoA and she had distinction. I got a distinction.
Hey.
Distinction in physics.
That's what I got.
When they say percent value,
I got a distinction in physics.
you guys know there's no such thing as a distinction, right?
All A profile.
That's not okay. All the profile, cool. Say that because the examination body has said that there's no such thing as a distinction. A grade 1, and even Kerwin that show that a grade 1 with not all easily profiled could be a higher percent than grade 1.
I would have said
I can't remember because I didn't bother with that.
One is our one.
I want it all one, but I want some all A profile just because it looks really. I want all A profile in at least one subject. Are we creating a system?
I don't think you can lose. I die.
I'm sad you enough. Whichever one I see this story.
I want to see what the rest of tomorrow morning. How many people on the phone? Or laptop watching.
Oh no, I'll send you pictures of that.
Yeah, for sure.
Chris, you know, they moved all our desks from our classroom, and then so we were all in all the computers in this one classroom today, and they locked the door and locked us out. And then they buffed us for being loud outside. But we got locked out from inside.
Everybody have a copy, right?
Yeah.
If I want them to know. If again, user boy from right, where? Link there. Hold on, just now, sorry. Google Meet. Right. Sending thing, okay, sending him a regular. Forward. Oh, backward now, right. We just did 2021. Sorry, I didn't realize it. I didn't send it. Wait, did I just forwarded it back to the same chat? Wait, wait, what copy has point pressure? My brain clearly Odd. Crash course people. All right, cool. So I think you all have the stuff now. Friday's maths. Wait, is PoA and maths tomorrow? No. All right, cool. Chris Saber, I try and scenes. Good. Cool. Okay, cool. All right, ladies and gents. So here we do have calculations to do. We have commentary to do. We put it on top. Then we get a page. No? No, I said let me get the page.
Oh my god, can you stop? Please.
Don't confuse the poor child. Did you had us sleep before the exam?
I will sleep.
All right, hold on. Right, ratios for Freight Express Company Limited and the industry averages are the year ended this as well. Right. Okay, so you all know when you all get your reports and you have your percent, you have a class average. That's what the industry average is. That's the class average, right? All the other businesses in the same industry, how did they do with respect to this ratio, right? So Freight Express Company, right? So Freight Express Company is this column here, and the industry average is the one to the right of it. So net profit percentage, what Freight Express own? 40. What's the industry average? All right. Did Freight Express do better or worse? Better. Okay. The current ratio. So this is not supposed to be two sets of quotas. It's supposed to be 3.2 to 1 and 2.1 to 1. So Freight Express has 3.2 to 1 and the industry is 2.1 to 1. So again, is Freight Express higher or lower than the industry average? Higher. What about the return on capital employed? 69 versus 62, so they're higher. Okay, the capital employed is the capital they put into the business, right? Now, a part of a formula, I saw it sometime, I never see it before, never see it since. Long story short, is the capital the owners put in, right? The return on the capital is okay, and why do we start a business? To make a profit. So what they do is they take the profit as a percentage of the capital you invest. So it's like measuring how much you get back as a percentage. So they call it the return. Like when you return something, you get back, right? So that's what you get back. You get back your profit, and it's like interest on your investment, right? So the return on capital employed is like interest. One second, I'm gonna keep out. Right, you don't know. From Mariel. Okay. Envelope. Okay. I hear whole Wednesday. I hear from 10 to 8 to Wednesday. You up there? Yeah. I feel someone then jumping in and out, but this is from Mario, you see?
No, you don't have
I go from 10 to 8:30. Yeah, I mean anything. If I tell them, yeah, I agree. Too early to do that too, right? But and yours doing stuff long time too, so you mightn't have overdo with them. So that's not a problem. Whatever you think is suitable for them. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah. See how they do. Yeah. Today's what? Today's 5th. Right. Hey, see good in my boy. And it's 2025. 5 by 5 is 25. Look at that. All right. Okay. So yeah, tomorrow. Later. Right now. Friday's maths. Yeah, okay, cool. Before these foreign children. Focus point man. Yeah, boy. Right, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Let me get back. Okay, so can we agree that in every ratio here, Freight Express is better than the industry? Yeah, okay. Here what they ask you to do. For each of the ratios, compare the business's figure against the industry average by writing one comment on the performance of Freight Express Limited. Assume all other factors are equal. And they give you 4 lines, 4 lines, and 4 lines for each of them, right? But here's my question, right? Hold on, what was the marks? Oh, and then you have this. Okay, so it's a mark each, right? Right. But what was the comment we're supposed to make? Freight Express did better than the industry average.
Yeah.
But for all of them?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what is the point? If they, okay, here what? I don't mind them giving all the marks, right? But they had to make up this whole table and make it seem so complicated when it actually is not. Right? So long story short, I mean all they really had to put is that yeah, Freight Express Limited ratios were all better than the industry averages, right? This means that on these, hold on. Grounds is the wrong word. On these measures, on these metrics, on these metrics, right? Freight Express Limited performed better than the industry. These three metrics. Right? Now, really and truly, you should only have to say that once, especially since they perform better on all. If like on 1 or 2 of them they did better and the third one they did worse, okay, fine, then you have something different to write. But I can't imagine y'all having to write the same thing every time, because you don't want to analyze really the performance and say what the ratio is about, etc., etc. Well, yeah, they said write one comment, so your comment could vary, right? So, but all you're saying is what? Freight Express's ratio is better than the industry average, and it's saying that 3 times. So to me, it's like a tremendous waste of time. The 4th item is the only one different. Regarding the current ratio position, make one recommendation to Freight Express Company Limited for an area of further investigation, or what is this word? Improvement. I have a suggestion for CXC to improve. Use spell check. Anyhow, let me say, okay, we allow them as one little typo in the whole exam. Fine. Right? That is the answer, Bush. I mean, you can write it 3 times if you want, but I wrote it once for all 3. When I say, yeah. Right. So regarding so this one is 1 mark, right? I know they have 4 here, but there was 4 of these items, right? The first 3 were the ratios, the commentary, and then this one. Right. What they're asking for? The current ratio, make one recommendation, or we could investigate or improve it. Okay, so let's go back to the current ratio. Right, okay, so this is the current ratio here. It's 3.2 to 1. Now, what does that mean? 3.2 to 1 means you have $3.20 of current assets available to pay off every dollar of current liabilities. Right, you can also say that your current assets are 320% of your current liabilities, which is more than 3 times, 3.2 times the current. Cool. So long story short, you are very liquid, right? However, do we have a breakdown on the current assets in the information? No, we don't. Now, what was the other ratio for liquidity? It was current and? No, the quick ratio or asset test ratio, right? In that ratio, what did we subtract from current assets or leave out? Inventory. If we have too much inventory, right? For example, right? Let's say, right? I'm just making up some figures here, right? Let's say we had 32,000 versus 10,000, right? So let's say this is my current assets here, and this is my current liability, right? If I were to divide 32,000 by 10,000, I'll get 3.2, right? But in this 32,000 for current assets, right? So imagine I have inventory, right? Account receivable, bank, and cash, right? So let me say, hold on, right? Imagine they all have the same value and they add up to 32, right? So cool. If that's the case, even if you do the if you do your quick ratio, it should still be good, right? But check this, right? Suppose 30,000 there, right? Right. So this still gives us 32, right? But look how much of your current assets tied up in inventory. Huh? Okay. How much of your current assets is tied up in inventory? 30,000 out of 32. So if we were to subtract that from 32, what you'd have left? 2. And if your current liabilities is 10,000, you have a 0.2. You have 20% of you have 20 cents of current assets for each dollar of current liabilities, right? So we need to investigate the amount of inventory in the current assets for this particular company for this particular year, right? So that would be the area of investigation I would tell you, right? So make one recommendation for an area of investigation. I would say they should investigate the comp. No, it's 1 mark for each of them. Remember, it was the 3 ratios plus this one, so it's just 1 mark, right? So what I would say here for item number 4, right, is that freight express limited should ensure that the amount of inventory in its current assets, right, is not too high, right? In other words, the company should make this seems like a lot for 1 mark, so no. Yeah. Yeah. Because there's only 1 mark, right? And there's 4 lines. So Freight Express should ensure the amount of inventory in its current assets is not too high. This could negatively affect its liquidity position. Right. As we saw, right? Sorry, I zoom out too much, my bad. Right. Google Meet, just give me a quick Genie chat if you're good with the logic there. Right? If you have too much stock, if you have too much current assets, right, it could be dangerous because if you do sell it, then you can't pay off your current liabilities. Long story short. That guilty. This is the 2019 May question. Right. So they could cover the whole syllabus. All right. Yeah. That's it for this question, eh? Well, I'll maximize in this piece here. Right. So yeah. So somebody, the way they ask the question sometimes just confuse me as to how to give the marks, and when they're trying to use fancy words with it, those when they shouldn't, is also kind of confuse me too. Right.
Yeah,
Like.
don't use fancy words.
Yeah. Say that again. Sorry. Uh-huh. What was the word? Oh, okay. All right.
I still waiting for those history notes.
That don't mean it better. Notes.
I've been asking him for notes since before.
Uh-huh. Pressure.
I sent him my SBA the day he asked for it.
Wait, hold on. I seen a Genesis in the chat. It's Sobers. Okay, now I have a Genesis Sanchez commenting on video. Is that you? Huh?
He asked me to what?
cool. Math Friday. Yeah, we're doing maths from tomorrow. Don't worry. Okay. Can I shift now? All right, lovely. That down. So 2018. Let's take a look at 2018 and see what's going on there. It's 3 pages here. All right, cool. All right, let's print it off for those on the inside. Google Meet, just make sure you all have that. If you don't have it, let me know. I'll send it, right? Yeah, question? Okay. I swear I have my name. All right, guys. Let me send it, then I'm going to zoom in, right? Give me 1 second. Sabrina Weeks, a retailer, had her financial statements for the years 2016 and 2017 analyzed, and the following ratios were produced for her business. So we have the gross profit margin and the operating margin, right? Also known as well, OPEX to sales revenue. So check this, right? For the gross profit margin, what happened between 2016 and 2017? Increase or decrease? It increased. So you're making more money on your trading, right? You have your gross profit as a percentage of your sales going up, all right? Now we have operating expenses to sales revenue. This also went up. But what this means is that it's actually more expenses relative to sales. So each of the ratios above, stay the formula. Now here the stupid part. They give you the formula here, right? What's gross profit margin? Gross profit as a percentage of sales. Comment on the business's performance, as in did they get better or did they get worse, and explain whether it is a strength or a weakness. All right, so for each, so it's 5 marks for each of those things, eh? That is half the marks for the whole question right there. And then using one of your analyses, make one recommendation for Sabrina Weeks for improving her business performance. Okay, cool. Okay, so I've given you guys a printout there, but those online, right, sorry. POG. Yeah, man, respect. Yes, Softy, no problem. Happy to help. This was your Uncle Chris. May 2018. Zaria, talk to me. What's up? Was he? Sorry, what? Oh, maths. Okay. Okay, so the plan, we have statistics to review. We also want to review the question 8, which is the relations, functions, and graphs, so like completely square, distance, speed, time. We also want to review the measurement question. So we're talking about like the volume and sometimes areas and surface areas and things. I want to also just pop back in the sequences question 7. And I would love to do circle geometry as well. I don't know if we'll have time to do stuff like trigs and matrices and vectors, but we'll see. And functions is the next one that some people want to do. So I have to compile all my, I have most of that stuff already compiled, it's just to put them in an order. So tomorrow, when only in the exam, between tomorrow, like hopefully I could start work like 9 o'clock, from 9 to like 3, and I'll put the order. But yeah, so stats, measurement, which is like volume and thing, computing the square and graphs, including distance, speed, time. I want to do circle geometry, but I can't guarantee I could get it. Sequences of patterns question, and one more. All right, so we might review functions as well. That's the plan. So yeah. Ooh, that's what I forget. Okay, thanks for reminding me. So how to compile those questions.
My friend's mom called me his name the other day.
Okay. Question ni camp. A man say you don't have a camp. ChatGPT and textbook me use. Kyra, nothing usually comes. We did a little breakdown of that about an hour ago. All right. The previous question, already freight express was more than the industry average, right? Yeah, Bush. You have a question? Have a question there? Or you were just confirming something. All right. Good night, sir. This is in May 2018, guys. Right. Okay. So what I want to do, let me shift up this thing and get my Excel spread so I can make some comments on it, right? Because that's what they want us to do, make some comments. All right. Here we're on the screen. Sabrina Weeks, a retailer, had the financial statements for the years, right? Analyzed, right? So we have two ratios, gross profit margin and OPEX margin, right? So they both increase, but we said gross profit margin increasing is good because it means they're making. So this ratio tells us what percentage of every sales dollar we have as gross profit, right? So in 2016, out of every sales dollar, 20 cents, we keep 20% or 20 cents as profit. But in 2017, that went up to about 24 cents out of every dollar we keep in as profit, right? And the next one, what I call the operating expense or OPEX margin, right? This tells us what percent of every sales dollar we have to spend to cover expenses. So in 2016, we had to spend 9% of our sales revenue to cover expenses. And in 2017, we had to spend 11%. So is that an increase or a decrease? Right. Sorry. So are we to answer based on equality? You understand the question, but sorry. You had to compare their ratio to the industry average, and in all cases it was bigger, it was higher, right? So that's what you had to say, right? Okay. Right. So in this one, for each of the two ratios given above, state the formula needed to arrive at the figure. Comment on the performance. That means that it increase, decrease, it improve, deteriorate, it get better, get worse. Explain whether this is a strength or a weakness, and it's in each case it's 5 marks. All right. So let me start with the what do you call it? The gross profit margin is equal to, right? Gross profit over sales revenue, yeah? Hearing you loud, that's more than Chris. Times 100 over 1, right? So that's the formula for the gross profit. What I ask for next? Comment on the business's performance, as in did the ratio get better, worse, or stay the same? What happened for the gross profit margin, right? So between 2016 and 2017, right, the gross profit margin improved. You can say improved, increased, got better, right? And then explain whether it is a strength or a weakness. So what we said, the gross profit margin shows the percentage of every sales dollar we get to keep as gross profit before covering expenses, right? So well, it's 5 marks. So you probably got like a mark for the formula, a mark for this, and a 3 marks to the rest of that, right? So yeah, you gotta earn your marks, you know. You can just put yes, no, maybe, and get marks, right? That's the lazy thing. Sarah, May 2018. Sales revenue could be net sales. That's correct. Not Jan 2025. May 2018. Sorry, Shimo, you were saying something. I didn't follow. Do what? Who do what? Who don't do what? They don't do what? They know how to get the marks. We just had to try and get it. Yeah, so they no look what, and they break it down. Look, for each of the two ratios given, state the formula, comment on the performance. That's whether it got better or got worse, and then explain whether it's a strength or weakness. So let me say you get 1.5, 1.5, and 2. I see breakdown. You have 3 things to get 5 marks. So it had to be 1, 1, 3, or 2, 1, 2, or 1.5, 1.5, 2. Right. So explain whether it's a strength or weakness. Right. So this is a strength because it means that the business is keeping more of every sales dollar as gross profit. Right. So operating expense over sales revenue. So slash means over, right? So just like how we need gross profit margin was gross profit divided by sales revenue, this is operating expenses divided by sales revenue. They should actually have called this operating expense margin, right? 1 second. Push. That will happen unless they just put it there to take up space. It sometimes they do. And yo. Yeah, sure. Page use. You can just carefully pass this button or page. You just pass the button or carefully. Right. Right. So yeah, like I said, this is one way you could state what it is they ask you to state. Yeah. It's not the only way. I encourage you to make up. Oh, yeah. Who's that? Oh, all right, cool. You have his name? What's his name? Shiva. Right, big up Shiva from CIC. Big up Shiva from CIC. Right. So which paper do you think is the hardest in PoA paper 2? That's a tough question, Sachin. Most of the papers were pretty decent, but again, I say not like as 21 years as a teacher, 22. So, but 2017 me was a serious one. 2016 me was a vexing paper because the first question had an error. I can throw off the whole thing. Second question was difficult, and part C was impossible. And the last question also had a wording error, which caused confusion. So, yeah. I wouldn't advise trying any of those papers. Well, that paper, to be honest. Except the question 3 was good. Question 3 and maybe question 4 and 5, but not 1, not 2, and not 7. Right, okay, cool. Now, let's talk about the operating expense to sales revenue, right? So what I'm going to, let me just put this up real quick. Wait, you had to go? If you had to go, you had to go, but almost done here. All right, cool. So if they keep you waiting, you can keep them waiting, right? Plus, you are the exam tomorrow, right? Okay, this one is the operating expenses. So, like I said, state the formula. That's the formula, right? So this is called the operating expense margin. All right, so this is operating expenses. Right, so your operating expenses are stuff like in your income statement, like salaries, wages, insurance, depreciation, utilities, telephone, advertising, right? Right, so between 2016 and 2017, the OPEX margin increased. Right, now increasing doesn't necessarily mean good, right? Yes, C-star. That's correct. Yeah, guide them. Yeah, good. Let's work the questions with my class as well. Right. Now, is that a strength or a weakness? This in this case is actually a weakness, but not necessarily, right? Let me explain. So this is because it means the business is spending a higher percentage or proportion of its sales revenue to cover its operating expenses, right? So it's spending more money. Now, this isn't necessarily a bad thing because, again, when you increase your expenditure, it could result in like if you increase your advertising spend, right? People will know more about you. Like for me, I might have to do that, but it could provide a return. They actually have a ratio, not for you all, called ROAS, return on ad spend. So when you're spending money on like Facebook ads or ads on Instagram or whatever the case is, you want to know, hey, does it make sense spending this money? Am I making money based on these ads, right? Yeah, crazy. Thanks very much. Appreciate it. All right. Who's that? About what? All right. About what in PoA? Tell them go. I mean, it really late now, but tell them pick it up, pick it up, go my channel and check it out. I'm choke with that one, yes, boy. That's just unethical. Right. Common and capital sense. I like that one too. Everyone brain work differently. Some may agree. Agreed to Shona. That's a good comment. Janelle. Oh. Any agency girls on the live page, Mutia said to listen to her tomorrow. All right. Sorry. Not sorry. Mage Puti. Right, my bad. Page M. Sorry, P Muti. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Chris.
No problem.
4 times.
Right. Next page. Right. Using any one of your analyses of the ratios, make one recommendation to Sabrina Weeks for improving her business performance. Okay. Now, to be honest, I can't see them wanting to comment on the gross profit margin because that improved, right? So to me, the obvious one to comment on is the OPEX margin because that one got worse, right? So, quick thing: if when the OPEX margin went up from 9% to 11%, it got worse. How would it get better? It would go down, right? How? Sorry, incurring less expenses, exactly, right? But can you give me a specific example? No, that's general. Can you give me a specific example of how we would incur less expenses? Turn off your lights. Let's take off lights or electronic items when not in use, or install appliances to do that for you, right?
But that's still
Carriage in is an expense, except is a trading expense, so that would actually not affect the OPEX margin. That would affect your gross margin. Carriage in is delivery. That's correct. Oh. Well, I'm glad she taught you that. All right. Okay, cool. All right, so make one recommendation. So now this is 2 marks, right? So long story short, you can say something here about the recommendation. One way to improve the performance of this ratio is the ratio to really have a performance. It's really the business performance to measure, right? One way to improve the value of this ratio, right? Is to incur less expenses, and one possible way to do this is to be more vigilant with electricity use, right? Or you could say what's the next example of how you could lower expenses, guys? Anybody, anything?
Don't use water.
Don't use water. So
Utilize less water.
all right, use less water.
Don't water your pharmacy pools, water them with your
Okay, it's a business, but I mean that could come into play. All right.
If it's a people business and they have trees.
Okay, come. We have a few calculations to do, and then we gotta lock off. Using the figure provided for sales in the table below, and the ratios given on page 7, calculate the named amounts for the year 2017. All All right, so the ratios on top. All right, so which of these ratios would you use to find gross profit? The gross profit margin. I mean, use which one? 24%, right? So to find the gross profit in 2017, you just find 24% of 995. So just plug it up real quick. Tell me what you get. Moses, that's a good suggestion. Solar panels for electricity. Thank you. Yeah, I'm okay, they kind of. But yeah, it's a pressure. Good evening. Two addresses or one people, yeah, confused me. Okay. I don't even do P when I stress it. Bread. Don't let the stress we continue. Yeah. Uh-huh. All right. No program mail. Yeah, the live will stay up. That's correct. Yeah, I mean. Good luck. Thank you, Lord Reza. Right. Right. What's 24% of 995? What we got? 238000 or 8. Okay. Okay. Maybe I should show it. Right? Okay. So 0.24 by 995. So this one, that's your gross profit. What was it? On 995 was the sales. So how would you find the cost of sales? No. No. You just subtract. Sales minus gross profit. Right? Or check this, right? If your gross profit is 24% of your sales, and the sales is the 100% figure, right? The cost of sales has to be the difference. So you can find 76% of 995, right? If you do that, check it out, right? Point 6. Right? What you get? Same 756 200. Right? So no matter which way you do it. Aha. All right. This is the last thing we're doing, guys. We have a little tradition as do. So okay. Yeah. No, the tradition is as say a prayer with you all as the first class doing exams. Okay, the following information is also available for Sabrina Week's business for the year ended 31st December 2017. So you have opening inventory, closing inventory, state the formula used to calculate the rate of inventory turnover, right? So rate of inventory turnover or rate of stock turn is equal to cost of goods sold divided by average stock. Right. Did we just find the cost of goods sold? It was 756 200, right? Now, average stock. How do we find the average of two numbers? We add them up and divide by 2. $32.5, right? So average stock. Right, so 32,500. Right, so if we take cost of goods sold and divide by average stock, we get 23.3 times. Now let me explain that, right? So it says state the formula and then calculate Sabrina Week's rate of inventory turnover. So we did that already, right? Right, so what this means is that Sabrina sold out her average stock 23.3 times for the year. They could ask you what it means, yes. right? Now, if you let's round it up a little bit. So 23.3 is close to 24, right? Close enough, right? How many months in a year? 12, right? If you did something 24 times a year, that's 2 times a month. So basically what they're saying is every 2 weeks, if you assume 4 weeks in a month, every 2 weeks you sold out every stock. Yeah. Right. All right, folks, before all you take your leave, right? I have a little tradition as do. You're the first class doing an exam, so I say a prayer with y'all. So this is something I started back in 2011, of the first exam here in this iteration of my classes, right? So you could just you could, yeah, or you could meditate. All right, guys. All right. So as the illustrious Father Gregory say, close your eyes, gather your thoughts. Gather your thoughts. All right. Okay. All right, guys. So we just want to be grateful for waking up today, to be honest, right? In a bed, in a room, with maybe AC. Oh, we holding hands? Okay. All right. Right? With AC, maybe a fan, or the fact that you had a bed, you had a house to wake up in, maybe you had breakfast, maybe you didn't. Right? Maybe you could get up off your bed and you had a bed, like I said, you could get up without pain, walk in peace. Right? Even if you're in some pain, you manage it throughout the day. We just are thankful for health and the opportunities we have, right? We are able in this day and age to be in different corners of the Caribbean and still join on a class, and learn stuff we might not learn in school. But we're grateful, for families, for friends, even grateful for school, even though school might not have been a good experience for some people. For some people it was, thankfully. Some people it's not, But we just want to ask whoever you believe in, the Almighty Father, for his calm spirit tonight, right? We know things hot, exams now start, everybody in a frenzy. It's important to stay calm amidst all of the unease. Don't get caught up in the panic, ladies and gents. Staying calm is a superpower. But again, we want to come back and focus on the big man, the Holy Spirit, however you choose to conceive of him. And I have a prayer I used to say every time I sat on the study in Form 5, 6, and UE. And I did decent, So that was the preface. I wish I had cards to give all you, right? But it goes like this. It goes like this. O light of the world, infinite God, Father of eternity, giver of wisdom and knowledge, and ineffable dispenser of every spiritual grace, who knows all things before they were made, who made the darkness and the light, stretch forth your hand and put your spirit, O Lord, in our hearts, that we may understand and retain what we learn and meditate on it in our hearts. Lovingly, mercifully, clemently, and gently inspire us with your grace, O Lord. Teach, guide, and strengthen the thoughts of our minds to let your discipline instruct us to the end. And may the counsel of the Most High help us through your infinite wisdom and mercy. We make this prayer through Christ our Lord. Amen. Amen. All right. So, folks, it was a pleasure. I'll see some more here for maths. The rest all here. Do not go to bed too late. Do not pull any all-nighters. If you message me and I don't answer, it's because my wife tells me to stop answering my phone. All right? Anyhow, Google Meet. Thanks very much for being here. I appreciate each and every one of you. Well, so good night. 4 o'clock to 8:30. Yeah. Come on, Regis. Everybody, I'll go on later. All right. YouTube, it was a pleasure. All right. Adrian. No problem. Trinisa. Adia. Yeah. Moses, yeah, man. You have a good name there for that kind of thing. All right. Yeah, guys. So, that's about it. That's it. All right. And you guys, I had a lock off there. I had a room. I have a 6-month-old and a 2.5-year-old. And the babysitter didn't come out today, so I had to get home a little earlier tonight than usual. Right? Hey, Natasha, where you going? Good to see you on. Good luck too. Right? I will, like I said, I mightn't be available for comments, to reply to comments and emails after a point, But it's not that I don't want to. It's going to cook me well. Browning, if you're going to cook, you work with your spices and herbs. At least tastes good. Hey man, Leo. The outside? Okay. All right, go on. Time to lock in right now. Watching for the Jamaica. Yeah, man. All right, but, yeah, but YouTube, I'm going, eh? That's about it. Well, take care. Or let's tag me tomorrow. Or let's do some stories after where they do stories on Instagram or TikTok. Tag me. And I would love to respond. But tomorrow we hitting maths, right? Probably from 4 o'clock to about 8:30. And then Thursday and Friday we hitting from 10 o'clock in the morning to about 8:30. All right, Paige. Good luck tomorrow. Let me know how it goes. And I'll open this here 4 o'clock, yeah? All right, later. Yo. No problems. I'll do it. All right, cool. Later. Tomorrow is 4 to 8:30. Thursday and Friday is 10 to 8:30. With a couple of hours in between for lunch and then, right? All right. Yeah, man. All right, yeah, man. No. People that Indian speak here. People want we trust. All right. Wait, when I low-key scared. That's okay, D. It's okay to be scared. Right? But I still had to do the work. Right, guys. What we said might come again. We said cooperatives, maybe absorption costing or cash projections, ratios we didn't see for a while, income statement and balance sheet, and possibly some T accounts, as in accruals and prepayments, maybe expenses, revenues, and maybe receipts and payments. Yeah, man, no, good luck. All right, yeah, Melo, we done there. I didn't fight topics on the night. Yeah, okay. Good luck. Hope to see you for match, right?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, cool. What's that? Hoodie, somebody hoodie. Yeah, Marcus, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, T. All right, time to go and comment on some people, TikToks, and yeah, man. Good luck. Let me know how it goes. I think your mom said it might pop in for the mats. Yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, Arun, no problem. Yeah, man. All right, good luck. Let me know how it goes. And tomorrow for maths. Teddy Bear, any idea what grade you can get if you get a good paper 1 and an SBA? It could vary. It depends on how everybody does. Is receipts and payments on the syllabus? Yes, receipts and payments is there. Other stuff like subscriptions accounts and bar trading account and income and expenditure for clubs not there. Statement of affairs and that kind of stuff. But receipts and payments is there. That is the only thing left from that particular day. Logan, who was a genius who made the exams a day apart where they study? Who this in half a day practically? Well, I mean, technically speaking, you were supposed to study for the past year and a half, eh? So, I mean, what's that, Mr. Miro? Which video is that? Don't forget to post it live. It posts automatically. Yeah, you probably wouldn't have to wait long. I don't know how long it takes before it shows up, but usually I'm able to share the link like right after my class and you could watch it. Especially if it's public. Just reach, well, I just leave it. If I only start studying today, I might cooked. It's quite possible. It's quite possible they might be cooked, but if you start studying, study. Do what you can do. All right, Dustin. Just stay home. All right, let me see. She said it wasn't. Nah, D. I can pull up that syllabus now and show you. As a matter of fact, let me do that. Pull up the syllabus. Syllabus. Hi, good night. Which subject is this, please? We just finished doing some PoA, Principles of Accounts. The live was recorded and it's probably up on my YouTube channel. Well, it'll be once I cut the live. All right. Right. Sorry. Who are looking at? D. Yeah. Right. So this is the most recent syllabus. This is section 9 and 11. Prepared receipts and payment accounts for nonprofits. Preparation not only. So I don't know why to just think it's not there. I have no idea. She barely even did the syllabus. She knew when we use your videos. Why she says stop? I don't know. I just hear them stories. I don't know what their story is. That's the business. But no, you're free to watch whatever you want to watch. Your teachers in school are not your only source of education. Especially with the democratization of education via the internet. Curve to be at 60. Can you explain budgeting? T, on this same YouTube channel, go on live on Friday. I did a budgeting live from 10 to 12. We did the absorption costing questions from 1 to 3. And actually today, in the first half of the live, we did the cash projections. Right? That's T on YouTube. And MeGov, yeah. Kira. Based on what we saw, cooperatives, maybe absorption costing. They like that. They like that. I don't know why they like that. Cash projections might come. I would always say prep for income statement and balance sheet, although it's hard to bring it anymore, which I feel is a stupid on their part. Rich people. Anyhow, ratios, because it hardly came recently. Oh gosh, there was one. I should write this down now. Right. Formats and stuff. You understand? Exactly, you understand better. Most people do once they watch my channel. I'm not trying to be vain, that's what they tell me. You know? I mean, that's what they watch. That's why I have 40,000 subscribers. I could say that now. You'll get the capital expenditure. Not really. No, we didn't really do depreciation, to be honest. As in revision. From Grenada, then you had a PoA for 6 p.m. to 10 a.m. Like 16 hours of PoA, Renisa? You don't care about the, or did you mean 6 a.m. to 10 a.m.? Positive. Yeah, agreed. Good luck, positive, serious. Right. Right, maybe yourself, Natasha. Petty cash would come. They brought it twice recently. Like I think it was 2021, 2022. I don't know. Okay, yeah, no problem to me. Yeah. Asia Marie, then taken link long to leak that paper. Asia be yourself. Can I get the links for the previous? Then on the channel, just go and check out the lives and you'll see them there. They'll label, they tell you label. So what's the negotiation nights? Chocho, I recommend anywhere between 7.5 to 9 hours of sleep. No less than 6. But get what you're accustomed getting. You'll get to that. Nah, sorry, we didn't. Kamika. Sleep in 9, wake up 3. If that works for you, go try anything outlandish right now. PSMYT, thanks very much. I appreciate that. Topic predict. Jawari, I was just calling them out. Cash flow projection. Yeah, that's one. Do Pythagoras. Between tomorrow and Thursday, you might see that pop up. That's cool. Lucas, revised errors. It came in January, so it mightn't come like as much as it came in January. It might like sorry. It might have like a small piece of it. Quick question. Everybody else up here? Yeah, everybody else up here tomorrow, Kaylin. With manufacturing come. Oh shucks. Did it come, boy? Yes, no, hold on. I don't want to lose my place with manufacturing came last. No. When did it come? It came January. So the pattern we saw was that the stuff that comes in January doesn't really come in May. Now there were some exceptions, eh? Is it that hard to pass period to SBA? Peter. Well, if you mess up your paper 2 and paper 3, yeah. Logan, right. Dustin, A square plus B square C square. Explain what you mean by that, Dustin, sorry. First time seeing ratios is tonight. Wow, okay, I'm gonna do what I know. Yeah, I agree. Kamika, revise errors for real. It's always better to know it than not to know it, right? I mean, paper one and SBA exists. Right. Killing 4.2. No, okay. Late new message user. All right, no problem, Natasha. Yeah, message man. 5 a.m. This is we trust. I don't know what to get up and do what? Study? Okay, if that works for you. I mean, so can I do good for you know income in Bashi manufacturing? Kid Marie. The answer is if those topics come on the exam, I know them real good. Yes. If those topics don't come on the exam, and that's all you know, hard luck. Any recommendations to study? We went through that already. Cooperatives, cash flow projections, absorption costing, ratios, income statement, balance sheet with adjustments, and I would add to that like key accounts like for expenses and revenue, and possibly receipts and payments. Right, grinding PoA tonight, Stephen, a half, maybe 3 hours, 1 or 2. Okay, Logan. Yeah, yes, Kelly. Good luck. Sorry, TikTok. Yeah, I'm not seeing many comments on all the sides. I just my YouTube. I have real comments here. Right. Absorption costs and comment. Please note. Check my live on Friday. It's second live on Friday. Head hurting. But Sephora, drink some water, eat some good food, go and sleep. Control accounts is possible, yes. Absorption, the hell is that? It's a topic that should have remained in the Form 6 syllabus, and whoever set the current period syllabus made a mistake of putting it and budgets there and business plan. They should never have put it there. Can you explain limited? Jules, I have plenty stuff on that on my channel, right? I only have to do it for like about 5 minutes again, and I had to go. Before I go, Jules, I go in. Go check my channel. I have plenty of content there. So what topics? Chat, what we said. Cooperatives, receipts and payments. No, hold on. Yeah, okay. Cooperatives, receipts and payments, maybe absorption costing, cash flow projections, ratios, income statement, balance sheet, expense and revenue accounts for accruals and prepayments. Now, I'm not saying that those come in there. I'm just saying that based on what we saw, the kind of pattern we saw, those have a higher likelihood of coming based on the pattern, which and our pattern could be totally wrong. Rush, minimum mark you should aim to ensure grade 1. I don't know, 100%. 90. Right. Obito Uchiha. Obito, you can't be fried. Or just Uchiha, not Uchiha. Okay, cool. Cooked. Jules, before I go, I'm cooked. Now my brain got fog. Obito, right? Wait, oh good, it jumped, it real jumped. I lost where I was. It's like you don't care now. If you don't come, hello. It's not that I don't care, but it's just that I'm telling you, we don't know what's gonna come. How far would your SPMR get you? Well, maximum 20%. Where can I buy a time machine? eBay. I say, what are your topic predictions tomorrow? Just went through that. Okay, finance major. I'm gonna need PoA. Math. PoA and PoA, not really. Knowing income statements and balance sheets would help. Ratios too, right? What do you do now? Just chilling out. Hate absorption. 20%, not 21. So what subject we should most? Well, I said that just now, Allegra, so hopefully you heard me. Lucas, so Jan 1 questions repeated. No, Lucas, we looked at that yesterday and today, and there's very little that repeats. Very, very few and far between. Right. Once you are prepared, you will do it. Agreed. It's not gonna work. Jeez, shaking in my boots. Well, tighten up them boots and start a march, girl. Oh boy, not sure. Right. What Lucas blank page? Add receipts and payments and control. Right. It's the ratios on this. I did. We didn't get through many, to be honest. So Kunal, to be honest, go on the earlier like the tutorials with ratios, to be honest. Good. Chat jumping. I've taken long to read. Would cooperatives come? Sharada. We think there's a high probability, but we can't guarantee. How was the exam? What even that? Me and ChatGPT tonight. Yep. What time stream finishing? It should have finished 50 minutes ago, but I read the comments. Wait, stock. It's not stock evaluation, it's stock, and it came in January, so it's highly unlikely it'll come, but not impossible. Exam tomorrow, crash out. Live done. Well, the teaching done here, just chilling out for now, but I had to go because I had to drop my money home. What comes in January don't normally come. Correct, Colleen, right? How far would your SPMR get you? 20%, Peter, which is not that far, but it's worth something for sure. Minimum mark for a ratio, nobody knows. Nobody knows. Mark on a curve, right? Cooperative absorption, expense, and revenue. Don't forget income statements, cash projections, right? And control accounts, right? Partnership. It came last year, and we're not seeing repeats from year to year very often. It's not impossible, but not likely. Nothing but accounts, for sure. Stock valuation, not likely. Income statement is possible. CVDV, right? So you have all the videos about all topics. Not all, but I have on most. If you're watching videos and practice, you can't just watch it, you gotta practice. It's like saying you're going to watch an exercise video and you're gonna lose weight or get strong. You gotta do it, right? You think the time that they're giving us is good enough? Yeah. Stock valuations, that's what you mean. FIFO, LIFO. Can we do markup on accounting concepts? Kyandra, I don't know for the night. I just answered some questions here. But you could find that on my channel, the markup and margin on the ratios. The accounting concepts, they're scattered few and far between. Your bank rec come, TikTok via Zora. How does that even work? For the bank rec or petty cash? Zora, check out my YouTube channel. I have tutorials there. I have the participle questions. I think it came in 2021 and 2022. Leah, behave yourself. Right, Axel. Hey, Axel. Axel, no, everybody on the Google Meet one. Don't know why I'm doing it, but yeah, Curtison, I agree with you. Curtison. What time you finished? We done? Okay, I got total in SB, right. Topics you have on the screen. No, those are what came in the exams before. It's likely those won't come. Sorry, let me just do that real quick so we could kind of see what probably mightn't come. Right, so we think that the stuff on the screen is very unlikely to come. So whatever is not there, right? So I be going out. Hey, yeah, Kelly, right? Take one for the team. All right. Gosh, boy, I take along to read comments. Wait, where was Cook? Right, block, sure. Stock, right, markup. Sorry, did that already. Axel, gone. Advice last minute studies. Stock valuation. LLCs on my channels. Allegra, right. Minimum mark, nobody knows. Them say nobody knows. No, I don't understand. They stop bringing it every year. Rex, yeah, no problem. If we all do bad, we chilling. If I don't even do PoA, I'm just here for the vibes. Yeah, man, Nishan. Nishan, right? Yeah, guys, I had to go. Gonna bring back a past paper. Nope, definitely not. Limited come. It came last year, so it's unlikely to come this year, but not impossible. High possibility. But you want to put a comment? I'll see if I could tag it. I'll see if I could pin it. 19 is right, pretty good. Boy, I like genuinely. Not really. It depends on how it's taught and how much time you have to study. But yeah, I understand why you might think so. You gotta grow your own brain. Why they always giving us, how they always giving us R code? It barely comes. No. So KMTT, the stuff on the screen is what came in those years, but what we've seen is what came on those papers, unlikely to come tomorrow. Not impossible, but unlikely. Yeah, Leah, that one we think have a high possibility, but again, we could be wrong. Lucas, cooperatives, receipts, payments, absorption, overheads, income statement, control accounts. Listen that one. Like a slang, yeah. Accounts, yeah, it's supposed to be. Sorry, Allegra, what was the question? Go back up to see it. I can't find it, sorry. You ask it again. Sure, so that stuff is sure. I make no guarantees. That's just my guess. Right. Due to yeah. Stock valuation can be, but check out my videos from Saturday. We did it then. What about econ? What topics are really coming? Yeah, just look up in the chat. Look for Lucas Jarvis. All I'm missing there from the my guess is control accounts. Yeah. All right, here what guys. Anthony, is this sure no? Okay, subscription. No subscription on the syllabus. All right, here what guys. I had to go, but here what I'm gonna do, right? The question about what coming tomorrow keep coming up on my predictions, right? So here what I'm gonna do. Before I forget, I'm gonna just put a story on Instagram, right? Best teacher. Oh, okay. Thanks very much. That's awesome. Thanks very much, Curtis. I appreciate that. Which side the debit entries go on the debit side? Left. Sorry. All right. Okay. All right, just now. All right, guys, we just finished the last session until tomorrow. What we're seeing is that what came in 2025 Jan and what came in 2024 May unlikely to come. Now, this is not a guarantee, right? Just big up to whoever on TikTok live, big up to whoever on the YouTube live, right? Thanks for keeping me company, guys. Right? So again, whatever came here and whatever came here, unlikely based on an analysis, which you all could see on my YouTube channel. You could check out the live from yesterday, right? The last hour of a 3-hour live. And then today's zone, it was like in the middle of everything. But what I'll do is in the story after this, I'll tell you what the topics we think coming are. Again, this is not a guarantee. Don't come for me. Don't at me. It's just a guess based on the analysis that we did. All right. All right, guys. All right, let me see comments. Right. Need some predictions, Zora. Any tips for maths paper 3? I feel I'll run mad tomorrow. Don't do that. Don't run mad. Stay positive. Breathe. Agreed. Yes, if you. Not able. Take a sleep. Take a sleep. 6 hours. What? Tops to sleep? Yeah, everyone try to reverse it tomorrow. That's correct. Okay. You have control accounts there? Right, cool. All right, so guys, this is the what I said I would do, right? So these are just my guesses for tomorrow based on an analysis of the past papers, the papers, and the topics that came. We analyzed them and we saw that January stuff don't usually repeat in May, and usually the topics don't repeat yet a year, but there are exceptions. So cooperatives, receipts and payments, absorption costing, cash projections, income statement and balance sheet with adjustments, ratios, control accounts, and just for good measure, you could stick in T accounts for like accruals and prepayments for revenues and expenses, and maybe even like a provision for bad debts T accounting, right? So again, I'm not guaranteeing these coming. It's just based on an analysis of the past papers. But again, I feel CXE, stick up topics on the wall, sneeze, and wherever the snot fall, that's what they choose. And you guys, peace. Right. Right. Yeah, you have next day. Okay, good. Overviewing the syllabus. Go through as many videos on my channel as you can answer. Go syllabus. That's a good idea. They actually do give topics. They don't. when it was pandemic, like 2021, maybe 2022, they gave broad topics, which is practically the whole syllabus. All right. From Nevis, Yolande Castro. You're welcome. Great support. All right. Happy to hear that. Happy to know you guys appreciating the content. Oh, okay. Already comment on. All right. Guys, honestly, I enjoyed chatting with all this and I really want to stay, but I had to go because I had to drop my mother home for 8:30. So you know I'll eat, right? Anyhow, should I push errors? Lucas, boy, errors come in January. I would always tell people errors is par for the course. Errors, bank recs, manufacturing, your T accounts for your adjustments, accruals, prepayments for revenues, expenses, provision for bad debts, provision for depreciation, income statement, balance sheet, right? Manufacturing, yeah. Partnerships, unlimited companies, yeah. Cooperatives, nah. Right? But this bring it. And receive some payments. But I mean, yeah. Anyhow, which side the cash balance would be on? Usually debit, right? Yeah, carry. No problem. You guys are welcome. All right, it's on IG. Yeah. Predictions, right? To have it IG. Is adaptation is the same channel handle as YouTube and TikTok. Yeah. Then I should have put it on TikTok too. All right. Guys, here now, I really should go. Sorry. Here what to do. Sorry, Clause 2.2, control accounts, cash projection, bank. Yeah, there are only 5 questions. Yeah. Prita V, I just posted it on Instagram. Kanto, you're welcome. What I'm gonna see. Yeah, on all of us. Rex, I don't post it on Instagram. Sales is a credit. Adelo, thanks very much. Yeah, okay. Guys, sorry, I had to go. Hey, what to do? Tomorrow, tonight, if you tag me on Instagram for this studying, so you can send me your questions, but I cannot guarantee I'm going to be up all night answering questions. I have a 2.5-year-old and a 6-month-old. Yes, this morning I was up till 2 o'clock with doing bottles and washing wares, and then I was up by 5:30 because the 2.5-year-old, sorry, the 6-month-old woke up, and when I got up, I was up, right? So I heavily caffeinated today, so I'll probably go and sleep. Right. Yeah, okay, Kid Marie. If you don't mind, I'm gonna take a picture of that. Crap, I have people name on thing. Okay, no, I can't send that. Right, I'll take a regular picture of it. All right. Yeah, Peter V. Yeah, guys, so income statement and margin. Kareem, check my channel. Check my channel. Right, everything, most of the stuff there, especially that. Guys, yeah, so tag me in your stories on Instagram or on TikTok, especially tomorrow morning too when you're going to school. I want to see how many people using the channel. I enjoy seeing that, right? And yo, a 4.5 hour live, I think this will be my longest